As the 18th century drew to a close, France was a nation of breathtaking contradictions. Its monarchy was one of the oldest and most revered in Europe, dating back to the time of Charlemagne. France's kings had commanded respect and fear from rival nations, presiding over a land of wealth, culture, and splendor. Yet, under the surface, this kingdom was riddled with decay, and the coming storm of revolution would soon sweep away centuries of tradition, plunging France into a chaotic transformation. This transformation would ultimately lay the foundation for the French Empire, a brief yet extraordinary chapter in world history, defined by one man's ambition and vision. To understand the origins of the French Empire, we must first look to Louis XIV, the Sun King, whose rule in the late 17th and early 18th centuries marked the peak of French absolutism. Louis's reign left a dual legacy, one of splendor and one of strain. His court at Versailles was a marvel of opulence, a testament to France's wealth and cultural sophistication. Louis's wars, however, drained the national treasury, placing a financial burden on his successors that would have profound consequences. The nobility and the monarchy resisted reform, clinging to privileges even as the nation's finances teetered on the brink of collapse. By the 1780s, discontent simmered across French society. The nobility's resistance to tax reform, the hardships faced by peasants, and the Enlightenment's intellectual currents all contributed to a growing crisis. France was a land of great wealth and profound poverty, where the ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity were starting to resonate among the oppressed and disenfranchised. These ideals, influenced by thinkers like Rousseau, Voltaire, and Montesquieu, laid the groundwork for a new kind of social contract, one that challenged the very foundations of monarchy and feudal privilege. The situation reached a breaking point in 1789. After a period of drought, famine, and poor harvests, the people were starving, and their patience had worn thin. The French Revolution erupted, initially as a call for representation and fairness in the Estates General, an assembly meant to represent the people. What began as a demand for a constitutional monarchy soon spiraled into a movement that would abolish the monarchy entirely. The revolutionaries were inspired by the idea that France could be governed by reason and justice rather than by tradition and hereditary privilege. Their cries of liberty, equality, fraternity became a rallying call, transforming France from a monarchy into a republic. But this transformation was anything but smooth. As revolutionary fervor gripped the nation, it gave rise to the Reign of Terror, a period of extreme violence and political purges. Thousands, from nobles to suspected counter-revolutionaries, were sent to the guillotine. Figures like Robespierre sought to purify the revolution, using terror as a tool to root out opposition. Amid the chaos, France's borders were threatened by foreign powers seeking to quell the revolutionary tide. Monarchies across Europe saw the revolution as a dangerous example that could inspire their own subjects to rebel. France, surrounded by enemies, needed military leaders to defend its newfound ideals, and one man would emerge from the ranks to lead. This man was Napoleon Bonaparte. Born on the island of Corsica in 1769, Napoleon was the son of a minor noble family. He grew up in the tumultuous years that followed France's takeover of Corsica, giving him a complex relationship with his adopted homeland. Driven by ambition and intellect, Napoleon trained in French military academies, quickly distinguishing himself as a prodigious talent in strategy and tactics. As a young officer, he read voraciously, studying the campaigns of Alexander the Great, Julius Caesar, and Frederick the Great. He believed that through sheer will and tactical brilliance, he could shape his destiny, and perhaps even France's. The French Revolution provided Napoleon with an opportunity like no other. In the early 1790s, as France fought wars on multiple fronts against coalitions of European monarchies, Napoleon proved his skill in battle. His campaigns in Italy from 1796 to 1797 were nothing short of legendary. Leading a poorly equipped army against the well-trained forces of Austria, he employed rapid maneuvers and innovative tactics to win a string of improbable victories. These battles showcased his talent, establishing him as a hero among the French people and a figure of fear across Europe. But Napoleon's ambitions went far beyond mere military success. He envisioned a France transformed, not only as a republic but as a dominant power in Europe and beyond. In his mind, France could be the beacon of revolutionary ideals, spreading liberty and justice while extending its influence over lands near and far. Napoleon was acutely aware that France was desperate for stability after years of revolution. His ascent to power came in 1799, when he staged a coup d'état and installed himself as first consul of France. The people, weary of the revolutionary government's instability, saw in Napoleon a figure who could restore order and dignity to their troubled nation. As first consul, Napoleon embarked on a series of sweeping reforms. He established a centralized administration, introduced the Napoleonic Code, a comprehensive legal code that enshrined the principles of the revolution, and reformed the education system. These reforms modernized France, bringing consistency and efficiency to a government that had been chaotic and disorganized. But Napoleon's ambitions did not stop at domestic stability. He saw France as a force that could reshape the entire European order. In 1804, after consolidating power, Napoleon declared himself Emperor of the French, marking a new chapter in France's history. Some saw this as a betrayal of revolutionary principles, a return to the very monarchical structures the revolution had sought to dismantle. But for Napoleon, it was a necessary step. To him, an empire offered a platform for stability and unity, with himself as its central pillar. And, as emperor, he would have the means to fulfill his vision of a French-led Europe. Napoleon's coronation was a spectacle of grandeur and ambition. In Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris, in a ceremony witnessed by Pope Pius VII, he placed the crown upon his own head, a symbolic act that declared his authority as self-made and unchallenged. The message was clear: Napoleon was not merely a king, he was an emperor, a self-styled ruler who embodied the spirit of both the Revolution and the ancient Roman emperors he so admired. The coronation was attended by dignitaries and supporters from across France and Europe, who marveled at the transformation of France from a chaotic republic into a stable empire. The French Empire was not simply about territorial expansion. Napoleon viewed it as a force for progress and enlightenment, a means of spreading the revolutionary ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity, albeit on his terms. The empire he envisioned was to be a new kind of political order, one that transcended traditional monarchy, and was fueled by the principles of merit and secularism. His soldiers, often young men from humble backgrounds, were fiercely loyal, seeing in him not only a leader but a symbol of hope and ambition. Napoleon's proclamations spoke to their dreams, urging them to fight for glory, honor, and the promise of a new world shaped by their sacrifices. Under Napoleon's leadership, France embarked on a series of military campaigns that would expand its influence across Europe. His victories were numerous and spectacular, demonstrating his strategic genius time and again. His Grande Armée, composed of soldiers from across the French territories and its allies, became a force of legend, a symbol of French might and determination. With each conquest, Napoleon furthered his dream of a European continent united under French influence, governed by the ideals of the Revolution, and stabilized by his leadership. But even as the empire grew, so too did the risks and challenges. Napoleon's vision of a united Europe was met with resistance from monarchs, nations, and individuals unwilling to accept French domination. Alliances formed, old enemies united, and the seeds of future conflict were sown. The French Empire, for all its grandeur, was built on a foundation of ambition and conflict, a towering edifice that would one day face the full weight of Europe's resolve to resist. The origins and ambitions of the French Empire are as complex as the man who built it. From the fires of the French Revolution to the coronation of a self-made emperor, Napoleon Bonaparte's story is one of vision, ambition, and the relentless pursuit of greatness. He was a leader who promised stability to a nation in turmoil, a conqueror who sought to reshape Europe in his image. But the question remained, could an empire built on revolutionary ideals truly survive, or would it collapse under the weight of its own contradictions? In 1804, with Napoleon crowned as emperor, France stood poised to enter a new era, one marked not by mere survival but by dominance. Napoleon had no intention of resting on his laurels as Emperor of France alone. For him, the French Empire was a living, expanding entity, a force destined to reshape Europe under French influence. His vision extended far beyond the borders of France, to every corner of the continent, and eventually, even to lands across the sea. As Napoleon saw it, France was not only to be a nation among nations but a hegemonic force, spreading its ideals and influence across Europe. Napoleon's ambitions for the French Empire began with a campaign of unprecedented military expansion. He understood that France could not secure its place in Europe without decisively defeating its rivals, chiefly the great powers of Austria, Prussia, and Russia, and most persistently, Great Britain. France's geographical position put it in direct conflict with these nations, but Napoleon's drive and strategic brilliance gave him a fighting chance to achieve what many believed impossible. And so, he embarked on a series of campaigns that would become some of the most studied military maneuvers in history. One of Napoleon's first and most significant moves was his campaign against the Austrian Empire in 1805, culminating in the legendary Battle of Austerlitz. This battle, known as the Battle of the Three Emperors, saw Napoleon facing a combined force of Austrians and Russians under Tsar Alexander I and Emperor Francis II. Outnumbered and facing a formidable coalition, Napoleon crafted a strategy that would become a textbook example of military genius. He feigned weakness, drawing the Allied forces into a vulnerable position, then launched a devastating counterattack. The battle ended in a decisive French victory, cementing Napoleon's reputation and forcing Austria to withdraw from the coalition against France. The victory at Austerlitz was more than a battlefield triumph, it was a psychological blow to Europe. France, under Napoleon's leadership, had achieved the unthinkable, shattering the forces of two of Europe's mightiest empires. The win also allowed Napoleon to expand his influence over German territories, establishing the Confederation of the Rhine. This confederation served as a buffer state, consolidating his power in Central Europe and diminishing Austria's influence. Through these strategic moves, Napoleon sought not only to defeat his enemies but to dismantle the old order and replace it with a network of French-aligned states. Yet, Napoleon's ambitions did not end with Austria. He turned his attention to Prussia, whose military tradition and powerful army posed a direct threat to his vision. The Prussian forces, however, were no match for the highly disciplined and battle-hardened Grande Armée. In 1806, Napoleon decisively defeated Prussia at the twin battles of Jena and Auerstedt, subjugating the Prussian state and further expanding French influence. By this point, Napoleon's dominance was so pronounced that even the great powers of Europe began to recognize that a new order was being forged. With Austria and Prussia subdued, only Russia and Britain remained as serious obstacles to Napoleon's hegemony. Russia, under Tsar Alexander I, had seen firsthand the devastation of Napoleon's tactics at Austerlitz, but remained defiant. Napoleon sought to bring Russia into his sphere of influence, hoping that an alliance with Alexander could secure the eastern flank of his empire. In 1807, he engaged the Russian forces at the Battle of Friedland, which ended in yet another decisive French victory. This victory forced Tsar Alexander to the negotiating table, resulting in the Treaty of Tilsit, a landmark agreement that temporarily established peace between France and Russia. In their meeting on a raft in the Neman River, Napoleon and Alexander agreed to divide Europe into spheres of influence, with Napoleon gaining dominance over Western and Central Europe and Alexander over Eastern Europe. This period marked the height of Napoleon's power. With much of Europe under his control or allied to him, the French Empire stretched from the Iberian Peninsula to the edges of Russia. Napoleon's dominion encompassed an array of territories that he reorganized and modernized, applying the Napoleonic Code and implementing administrative reforms. Wherever his armies marched, they brought with them the ideals of the French Revolution: liberty, equality, and fraternity, though often enforced with the iron fist of imperial rule. Napoleon's vision was not merely to conquer but to civilize, in his words, to bring enlightenment to lands that had remained in the shadow of feudal oppression. But the empire's rapid expansion came at a price. Each victory brought with it new responsibilities, as territories from Spain to the German states now looked to Paris for governance. This strain was felt deeply in the Grande Armée, whose soldiers were required to fight on multiple fronts, often far from their homes. The empire's reliance on conscription to sustain these campaigns also began to take a toll on French society. As the wars dragged on, discontent grew, not only among the soldiers but also among the families who saw their sons drafted into the army. Despite these growing strains, Napoleon remained undeterred. He turned his sights to Britain, France's most persistent and elusive enemy. Britain had evaded direct confrontation, protected by its powerful navy and island geography, but Napoleon devised the continental system as a form of economic warfare. This system, implemented in 1806, was intended to cripple Britain's economy by forbidding European nations from trading with it. Napoleon enforced this blockade across his empire, hoping to cut off British goods and weaken Britain's financial support for the coalitions against him. The continental system, however, proved difficult to enforce and had unintended consequences. Many European economies were heavily reliant on British trade, and the blockade caused widespread economic hardship. Smuggling became rampant, and resentment against French rule began to simmer in occupied territories. The continental system strained relations with Napoleon's allies, particularly Russia, whose economy was suffering from the loss of trade with Britain. This tension would eventually lead to the unraveling of the French-Russian alliance, and set the stage for one of Napoleon's most disastrous campaigns. Meanwhile, in Spain, the situation was deteriorating. In 1808, Napoleon placed his brother Joseph on the Spanish throne, sparking the Peninsular War, a conflict that would become a quagmire for the French Empire. The Spanish people resisted fiercely, engaging in guerrilla warfare that drained French resources and morale. British forces, led by the Duke of Wellington, joined the Spanish resistance, turning Spain into a costly and prolonged conflict for Napoleon. The Peninsular War not only weakened the French military but also tarnished Napoleon's image as a liberator. The brutality of the conflict and the imposition of foreign rule led to widespread resentment and a burgeoning sense of nationalism among the Spanish people. As the empire expanded, so too did the challenges Napoleon faced. His vision of a unified Europe under French influence was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain. The Peninsular War dragged on, consuming men and resources that could have been deployed elsewhere. In occupied territories, nationalist movements began to take root, inspired by both the ideals of the Revolution and resentment against French rule. In Germany, for example, intellectuals and patriots began to call for a united, independent German nation, free from French dominance. The very ideals Napoleon sought to spread were now fueling resistance to his rule. Yet Napoleon pressed forward, undeterred by the mounting obstacles. His ambition knew no bounds, and he still believed that France's destiny lay in reshaping Europe according to his vision. In 1812, despite warnings from his advisors, he launched his most ambitious campaign yet, the invasion of Russia. This decision would mark the beginning of the end for Napoleon and his empire, as he led his Grande Armée, over 600,000 men strong, into the vast, unforgiving landscape of Russia. The Russian campaign was driven by a combination of strategic and personal motivations. Napoleon saw Russia as a potential threat to his continental system, and Tsar Alexander's defiance of the blockade had only intensified their rivalry. Napoleon believed that a swift, decisive victory over Russia would solidify his control over Europe and force the rest of the continent into submission. But he underestimated the logistical challenges and the resilience of the Russian people, who adopted a scorched-earth strategy, denying the French army the supplies they desperately needed. As the Grande Armée marched deeper into Russia, it faced brutal conditions. The Russian winter descended with a vengeance, catching Napoleon's forces unprepared. Starvation, disease, and relentless attacks from Russian forces decimated the once mighty army. The campaign, which had begun as an assertion of Napoleon's power, became a harrowing retreat, with fewer than 100,000 soldiers returning to France. The Russian invasion shattered the myth of Napoleon's invincibility and exposed the vulnerability of the French Empire. The consequences of the Russian campaign were immediate and profound. The coalition of European powers, emboldened by Napoleon's defeat, began to rally once more. Austria, Prussia, and Russia joined forces against France, determined to end Napoleon's rule and dismantle the French Empire. The years of relentless warfare had left France exhausted, and the Grande Armée, once the pride of the empire, was now a shadow of its former self. Napoleon's empire, built on a foundation of ambition and conquest, was beginning to crumble. His vision of a unified Europe under French dominance was slipping away, and the forces of nationalism and resistance he had unwittingly stirred were rising against him. The conquests that had defined his reign now served as reminders of the fragility of power and the limits of one man's ambition. Napoleon had sought to reshape Europe in his image, but in the end, the empire he had forged would become a cautionary tale, a story of glory and ruin, ambition and hubris. By 1812, the French Empire, once a symbol of unstoppable power and grand ambition, was showing signs of straying. For years, Napoleon had led France to victory after victory, reshaping Europe and installing French influence across its lands. His empire stretched from the shores of the Atlantic to the banks of the Danube, from the sands of Spain to the plains of Poland. Yet, beneath the facade of dominance, the foundations were crumbling. Nationalistic resistance, economic hardship, and the consequences of relentless warfare had begun to chip away at the empire's stability. Napoleon's fateful decision to invade Russia marked a turning point, and the path to his downfall was paved by the very ambitions that had once propelled him to glory. The disastrous Russian campaign shattered the aura of invincibility that had surrounded Napoleon. The invasion had begun with high hopes. Napoleon's Grande Armée, over 500,000 strong, was one of the largest military forces ever assembled, made up of soldiers from France and across its allied territories. But as the army advanced deeper into Russia, it faced unforeseen challenges. The Russians refused to engage Napoleon in a decisive battle, instead retreating and employing a scorched-earth strategy, destroying their own supplies and resources to prevent them from falling into French hands. As Napoleon's forces marched further into the vast Russian landscape, they found nothing but empty fields and burned-out villages, leaving them without food, shelter, or rest. The Russian winter arrived with merciless force, catching Napoleon's army unprepared. The freezing temperatures, coupled with hunger and exhaustion, decimated the once mighty Grande Armée. Soldiers fell to hypothermia, frostbite, and starvation, their strength sapped by the unyielding cold. Those who survived were constantly harassed by Russian forces, who struck at the retreating French columns, picking off the weakened soldiers. By the time Napoleon's forces limped back across the Russian border, fewer than 100,000 of the original army remained. The Russian campaign had been a catastrophe, and its effects reverberated throughout Europe. The scale of Napoleon's defeat in Russia emboldened his enemies. The European powers, Austria, Prussia, Russia, and Great Britain, saw an opportunity to challenge the French Empire once and for all. Forming a coalition known as the Sixth Coalition, these nations rallied their forces and launched a unified assault on Napoleon's weakened empire. The campaign to dismantle the French Empire had begun in earnest, and Napoleon, now struggling to rebuild his army, found himself facing an unprecedented array of adversaries. In 1813, Napoleon met the coalition forces at the Battle of Leipzig, also known as the Battle of Nations. This confrontation was one of the largest battles in European history, with over 600,000 soldiers clashing in a multi-day conflict. Despite his tactical skill and determination, Napoleon could not overcome the overwhelming numbers and resources of the coalition. The battle ended in a crushing defeat for the French, marking the beginning of the end for Napoleon's empire. For the first time, Napoleon's power was seriously curtailed, and the territories he had once ruled with such authority began to slip from his grasp. As the coalition forces pressed forward, Napoleon's allies began to abandon him. The states within the Confederation of the Rhine, who had once supported him, defected to the coalition. Even his marshals, some of whom had been with him since the earliest days of his career, grew wary of his increasingly desperate campaigns. Napoleon's empire, which had once seemed indomitable, was now disintegrating. With each passing month, his enemies closed in, advancing towards Paris, the heart of his empire. By 1814, coalition forces had breached French borders and were marching on Paris. Napoleon's attempts to defend the capital were valiant but futile. He had lost much of his support, and his once loyal generals advised him to surrender. In April of that year, Napoleon agreed to abdicate, relinquishing his throne and bringing an end to his reign as Emperor of the French. The coalition exiled him to the island of Elba, a small territory in the Mediterranean. For many, it seemed that Napoleon's story had come to a close, his empire consigned to history. But Napoleon's ambition could not be so easily contained. In March 1815, he escaped from Elba and returned to France, rallying his old supporters and once again seizing control of the government. His return, known as the 100 Days, sent shockwaves through Europe. The coalition powers, stunned by his resurgence, quickly regrouped to stop him. Determined to reclaim his empire, Napoleon gathered an army and marched to confront the coalition forces. The final confrontation came at the Battle of Waterloo on June 18, 1815. Facing the combined forces of Britain, under the Duke of Wellington, and Prussia, under Field Marshal Blücher, Napoleon fought with all the skill and tenacity that had defined his career. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not overcome the Allied forces. The battle ended in defeat, sealing Napoleon's fate and ending his dreams of restoring the French Empire. He was captured by the British and sent into exile once more, this time to the remote island of St. Helena in the South Atlantic, where he would spend the remainder of his life. As Napoleon faded into exile, Europe began the process of rebuilding, seeking to restore stability after more than a decade of conflict. The leaders of the coalition gathered at the Congress of Vienna, where they redrew the borders of Europe and sought to create a balance of power that would prevent the rise of another empire like Napoleon's. France was reduced to its pre-revolutionary borders, and the territories Napoleon had conquered were returned to their former rulers. The Congress of Vienna established a new order in Europe, one based on mutual agreements between states rather than domination by a single power. Napoleon's empire may have been dismantled, but his legacy endured. The Napoleonic Code, which he had implemented across his empire, left a lasting mark on legal systems throughout Europe and beyond. The Code enshrined principles of civil rights, equality before the law, and the secular state, becoming the foundation for modern legal codes in many nations. In countries from Italy to Germany, nationalist movements drew inspiration from Napoleon's reforms and the ideals of the French Revolution, sparking a new wave of calls for unification and independence. The military strategies Napoleon employed were studied by generals for generations. His emphasis on mobility, the use of concentrated force, and his innovative tactics in battle influenced military theory well into the 20th century. His campaigns, both their successes and failures, became case studies in the art of war, shaping the doctrines of future military leaders. But Napoleon's legacy was not only one of reform and military prowess. His rule had also demonstrated the dangers of unchecked ambition and the risks of imperial overreach. His relentless pursuit of conquest had left France exhausted and isolated, drained by years of continuous warfare. The ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity, which had once defined the revolution, became tainted by the authoritarian nature of his regime and the suffering brought by his campaigns. Napoleon's empire had brought both progress and destruction, a complex legacy that continues to be debated to this day. For France, the aftermath of Napoleon's fall was a time of reckoning. The Bourbon monarchy was restored, but the ideals of the revolution could not be erased. French society had been fundamentally changed, and the memory of Napoleon's rule lingered. Many saw him as a symbol of France's greatness, a leader who had lifted the nation to unprecedented heights. Others viewed him as a tyrant whose ambition had plunged Europe into years of suffering. Napoleon himself, during his exile on St. Helena, reflected on his life and achievements, recognizing both the glory he had achieved and the toll his empire had taken on France and Europe. In his final years, Napoleon became a legend in his own right, a figure who loomed large in the imagination of the world. His exile on St. Helena only added to the mystique surrounding him, as he penned his memoirs and defended his legacy. He portrayed himself as a visionary, a reformer who had sought to bring progress to Europe but had been thwarted by the reactionary forces of the old order. Whether as a hero or a cautionary tale, Napoleon's impact on history was undeniable. When he died in 1821, thousands mourned him. Monuments were erected, and his story was immortalized in books, art, and songs. In 1840, His remains were brought back to France and interred in a grand tomb at Les Invalides in Paris, a testament to the nation's enduring fascination with the man who had once ruled over it. To this day, Napoleon's tomb remains a site of pilgrimage, a place where visitors ponder the legacy of one of history's most compelling figures. The story of the French Empire is a story of ambition, resilience, and the complex interplay between ideals and power. Napoleon's empire rose from the ashes of revolution, reaching heights of glory and influence that reshaped Europe. Yet, in the end, it was brought down by the very forces it had set in motion. The French Empire, like so many before it, serves as a reminder of the impermanence of power and the price of unrestrained ambition. And through it all, Napoleon remains a symbol, a figure who embodied both the promise and the peril of one man's dream to change the world. When Napoleon Bonaparte breathed his last on the island of St. Helena in 1821, the French Empire came to a definitive end, but the echoes of his reign would reverberate across Europe for generations. The Napoleonic Wars, which had spanned more than a decade, had left an indelible mark on the continent. The world had been reshaped, and the task of rebuilding it was daunting. In the aftermath of Napoleon's downfall, Europe's rulers, generals, and intellectuals faced a new reality, one where the old order was being questioned, and new ideologies were emerging. The defeat of Napoleon did not mark the return to the old status quo, but rather the beginning of a new and complex phase in European history. The Congress of Vienna, convened in 1814 and lasting into 1815, was the focal point of efforts to restore order after the chaos of the Napoleonic era. The great powers of Europe, Austria, Prussia, Russia, Great Britain, and to a lesser extent, France, gathered to determine the fate of the continent. They sought to redraw the map of Europe, restore monarchies, and create a balance of power that would prevent another figure like Napoleon from rising again. The aim was not merely to punish France but to stabilize Europe, ensuring that no single nation could dominate as France had under Napoleon. The Austrian foreign minister, Prince Clemens von Metternich, emerged as one of the leading architects of the new order. A staunch conservative, Metternich believed that the restoration of monarchies was essential to maintaining stability. The Congress sought to return much of Europe to the state it had been in before the French Revolution, monarchical, hierarchical, and largely resistant to the forces of liberalism and nationalism. The Bourbons were restored to the French throne, with Louis XVIII assuming power, and many other European monarchs were reinstated in their rightful positions. The principle of legitimacy, which argued that rightful rulers should be restored to power, became the cornerstone of the Congress's decisions. However, the Congress of Vienna was not merely an exercise in monarchical restoration. It also laid the groundwork for the creation of a new balance of power in Europe, one that aimed to prevent any single nation from achieving the dominance that Napoleon had held. The French Empire's aggressive expansion had created a vacuum, and the great powers sought to fill that vacuum with strategic alliances and territorial arrangements. To maintain equilibrium, the leaders of Europe created a system of collective security, ensuring that any aggressive actions by one power could be countered by others. This system, while imperfect, became a cornerstone of European diplomacy for the next century. One of the most significant outcomes of the Congress was the redrawing of Europe's borders. France, though restored to its pre-revolutionary boundaries, was surrounded by a buffer of strong nations. The Austrian Empire, Prussia, and Russia were granted influence in the central and eastern parts of Europe, while Great Britain secured its dominance at sea and acquired colonial territories. The Kingdom of the Netherlands was created, combining the Dutch Republic and the Austrian Netherlands, to act as a bulwark against France. In the Iberian Peninsula, the Bourbon monarchy was re-established in Spain, though the country remained politically unstable for many years. But while the Congress of Vienna sought to restore the old order, it could not erase the profound changes that Napoleon had set in motion. One of the most enduring legacies of the Napoleonic era was the spread of nationalism. Napoleon's conquests had introduced the idea of the nation-state to many parts of Europe, and his rule had fostered a sense of national identity among the peoples he had conquered. Even in countries where Napoleon had imposed French rule, the ideals of the French Revolution, liberty, equality, and fraternity, had taken root. These ideas did not disappear with Napoleon's fall. Instead, they would go on to inspire movements for national unification, independence, and self-determination. In Italy, for example, the idea of a unified nation-state began to gain traction. Prior to Napoleon's invasions, Italy had been fragmented into a patchwork of small kingdoms and city-states. Under Napoleon, much of Italy had been unified under French control, and his reforms had created a sense of Italian identity. Though the Congress of Vienna had restored the old Italian monarchies, the seeds of nationalism had been planted. Over the course of the 19th century, this would lead to the Risorgimento, the movement for Italian unification, which eventually culminated in the creation of the Kingdom of Italy in 1861. Similarly, in Germany, the Napoleonic Wars had sparked the desire for unity and independence from foreign influence. The Confederation of the Rhine, which had been created by Napoleon, had brought together a number of German states under French protection. Though the Congress of Vienna dissolved the Confederation, the idea of a unified German state persisted. Throughout the 19th century, German-speaking peoples, who had been divided into numerous duchies, kingdoms, and principalities, began to push for unification, culminating in the establishment of the German Empire in 1871. Napoleon's downfall also had a profound effect on the social and political landscape of Europe. The Napoleonic Code, which had been implemented throughout the territories under his control, became a model for legal reforms in many nations. The Code enshrined the principles of equality before the law, individual rights, and the protection of property. It was particularly influential in countries like Italy, Spain, and Latin America, where legal systems were overhauled in the wake of Napoleon's rule. The idea of legal equality, the abolition of feudal privileges, and the secularization of the state became ideals that many countries sought to implement. In France, the impact of Napoleon's rule was felt in both positive and negative ways. On the one hand, Napoleon had brought stability to a nation ravaged by the chaos of the French Revolution. His military victories had restored France's status as a great power, and his reforms had modernized the country's legal and administrative systems. On the other hand, his imperial ambitions and the wars he waged had caused immense suffering. The Napoleonic Wars had drained France's resources, and the legacy of his wars left the country politically divided and economically exhausted. The restoration of the Bourbon monarchy in 1814 did not immediately bring peace to France, and the country remained politically volatile for years. One of the more curious outcomes of Napoleon's fall was the way in which his legacy was remembered and mythologized. While the monarchs and conservative elites sought to distance themselves from Napoleon's revolutionary ideals, the French people continued to hold him in high esteem. In the years following his death, Napoleon became a symbol of French glory, a figure who represented the nation's potential for greatness. His name became synonymous with ambition, military genius, and the idea of a France that could dominate Europe. Over time, his image was rehabilitated, and many saw him as a tragic hero, a man who had been defeated not by his own faults, but by the reactionary forces of Europe that sought to undo the changes he had wrought. The myth of Napoleon was further fueled by his exile on St. Helena, where he spent his final years reflecting on his life and writing his memoirs. His account of his rise to power, his campaigns, and his vision for Europe provided a narrative that glorified his achievements and justified his actions. Napoleon portrayed himself as a champion of the revolution, a liberator who sought to bring order and progress to a continent that had been mired in feudalism and tyranny. In his view, it was the entrenched monarchies of Europe, not himself, who were the true enemies of progress. Napoleon's legacy also left an indelible mark on European military strategy. His tactics, particularly his use of the corps system, his emphasis on speed and surprise, and his ability to concentrate force at critical points, were studied by military leaders for generations. Napoleon's campaigns were not just victories on the battlefield but lessons in the art of war. His ability to outthink and outmaneuver his enemies became a model for future generals, and his influence can be seen in conflicts as distant as World War I. In the broader context of European history, the fall of Napoleon and the subsequent restoration of monarchies marked a period of reaction and conservatism, but it also set the stage for the rise of new ideas and movements. The early 19th century saw the rise of liberalism, which sought to expand individual rights and democracy, as well as the growth of socialism, which aimed to address the inequalities created by industrialization. Though these movements were often suppressed by the conservative monarchies of Europe, the ideals they espoused, freedom, equality, and social justice, were rooted in the very principles Napoleon had promoted during his reign. As Europe entered the mid-19th century, the revolutionary spirit that Napoleon had helped ignite continued to burn. The waves of nationalism, liberalism, and republicanism that had been inspired by the French Revolution and Napoleon's conquests could not be contained forever. Over time, these forces would reshape Europe in ways that Napoleon could never have imagined. Though his empire had crumbled, the ideals he had espoused would continue to guide and inspire generations of Europeans. Napoleon's rise and fall had marked the end of one era and the beginning of another, and his legacy would continue to shape the destiny of Europe for centuries to come. Though the French Empire was no more, and Napoleon Bonaparte had been exiled to the distant island of St. Helena, the impact of his rule continued to shape the course of history for generations. Napoleon's story transcended the boundaries of France and reverberated across Europe, inspiring both admiration and resentment. His cultural and ideological legacy, forged through his conquests, reforms, and vision of a new Europe, laid the foundation for some of the most profound shifts in political thought, legal systems, and national identity in the 19th and 20th centuries. The Napoleonic Code and the rise of legal reforms. One of the most enduring aspects of Napoleon's rule was the implementation of the Napoleonic Code, a set of legal reforms that transformed the legal landscape not just of France, but of many countries across Europe and beyond. The Code, which Napoleon introduced in 1804, sought to provide a clear and uniform set of laws that would apply to all citizens, regardless of their social status. It abolished the remnants of feudal law, granted legal equality to men, and protected individual property rights. Though the Napoleonic Code was rooted in the principles of the French Revolution, liberty, equality, and fraternity, it was also pragmatic and authoritarian in some respects. Women, for instance, were relegated to a subordinate status in the legal framework, with limited rights in matters of marriage, divorce, and property. The Code also centralized legal authority in the hands of the state, creating a system of law that was controlled by the government, rather than by local customs or aristocratic privileges. Despite these limitations, the Napoleonic Code was revolutionary for its time, and its influence spread far beyond France. The Code served as the model for legal systems across Europe, particularly in countries that had been under French control or influence. In Italy, Spain, and the territories of Central Europe, the Napoleonic Code replaced the old feudal laws and laid the foundation for modern legal systems. Even in Latin America, where many countries were in the midst of their independence struggles, Napoleon's legal reforms provided a template for new constitutions and legal frameworks. In the United States, some elements of the Code influenced the development of American civil law, particularly in areas related to property rights and legal equality. Nationalism and the redrawing of Europe. Another powerful legacy of Napoleon's rule was the rise of nationalism, which had been fostered through his conquests and the spread of revolutionary ideals. Napoleon, though an emperor in his own right, had inadvertently become a catalyst for the unification of various European peoples. Under French rule, territories like Italy, Germany, and Spain had been united under centralized administrations, and many of the local rulers who had once controlled these regions were replaced with French-appointed governors or client kings. The people of these regions, in turn, began to develop a sense of national identity, a sense that they were bound together not by dynastic ties or feudal allegiances but by shared language, culture, and history. This sense of nationalism became a powerful force after Napoleon's fall. In Germany, for example, the experience of French occupation during the Napoleonic Wars fueled a desire for unity. The German Confederation, established after the Congress of Vienna, was a loose collection of independent German-speaking states, but the idea of a unified Germany, one that could assert its strength on the European stage, grew steadily throughout the 19th century. This desire for unity would eventually culminate in the German unification of 1871, when the various German states, under Prussian leadership, came together to form the German Empire. Similarly, in Italy, the unification process, known as the Risorgimento, was fueled in part by the reforms and territorial changes that had occurred during Napoleon's reign. Napoleon's reforms, particularly his introduction of legal and administrative systems, had created a sense of cohesion across the Italian peninsula. Though Napoleon's Kingdom of Italy was short-lived, the idea of a united Italy persisted, leading to the creation of the Kingdom of Italy in 1861. Even in places where Napoleon had not directly governed, his influence continued to inspire national movements. The spread of revolutionary ideals, freedom, equality, and the right to self-determination, became central to the political struggles of the 19th century. Napoleon's emphasis on the nation-state, where sovereignty resided with the people rather than monarchs or aristocrats, resonated with those seeking independence from colonial powers or oppressive regimes. Napoleon and the development of modern warfare. Napoleon's military genius was another aspect of his legacy that had a profound impact on the world. His approach to warfare, marked by speed, maneuverability, and the effective use of artillery, revolutionized military tactics and strategy. His corps system, which divided the army into self-sufficient units that could operate independently but converge at critical points, allowed for greater flexibility and coordination on the battlefield. Napoleon's influence on military strategy did not end with his fall. His tactics were studied by military leaders around the world, and many of his innovations became standard practices in modern warfare. The emphasis on mobility and rapid concentration of force was particularly influential during the American Civil War, the Franco-Prussian War, and even World War I, where the need for fast-moving armies and decisive engagements was crucial. Napoleon's military reforms also laid the groundwork for the development of modern total war. His wars, which involved entire nations in a state of near-constant mobilization, foreshadowed the kind of warfare that would become common in the 20th century. The idea of using all the resources of the state, including civilian industry and infrastructure, in support of military objectives was an idea that would be fully realized in the world wars that followed. The romanticization and demonization of Napoleon. In the decades following Napoleon's death, the figure of Napoleon himself became both a symbol of glory and hubris, depending on one's perspective. For many in France, he remained a hero, a leader who had lifted the nation from the chaos of revolution and who had fought valiantly for his country's honor. His reforms, such as the establishment of the Bank of France, the lycée system for education, and his modernization of the economy, were seen as essential to the rise of a more organized and prosperous France. To his supporters, Napoleon represented the embodiment of the revolution, the man who had secured the achievements of 1789 and spread the ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity across Europe. In his exile, Napoleon had been able to craft a narrative of himself as a liberator, a hero of the people, and a visionary leader who had been undone only by the reactionary monarchies of Europe. But to his critics, Napoleon was a tyrant, an egomaniac whose unrelenting pursuit of power had led to endless wars and the destruction of Europe. They saw his empire as a reflection of his personal ambition, a state built not on the ideals of the revolution, but on the desire for absolute control. Napoleon's legacy, in their eyes, was one of destruction and hubris. The Napoleonic Wars had cost millions of lives, displaced countless others, and left Europe in ruins. Napoleon in the arts and popular culture. The dichotomy between Napoleon as hero and villain became a central theme in the arts and popular culture of the 19th and 20th centuries. Writers, poets, and artists across Europe engaged with the figure of Napoleon in their works. In France, he was often glorified, while in Britain and other parts of Europe, he was portrayed as a dangerous conqueror whose imperial ambitions were to be feared. The Romantic movement, which emerged in the early 19th century, found a particularly fertile ground in Napoleon's legacy. Writers like Victor Hugo, whose works like Les Miserables and The Hunchback of Notre Dame were influenced by the social upheavals of the Napoleonic era, depicted the consequences of Napoleon's rise and fall. In Britain, Poets like Lord Byron and William Wordsworth engaged with the figure of Napoleon, portraying him as both a tragic hero and a symbol of revolutionary ideals gone awry. Napoleon's image was also immortalized in art and sculpture. Monuments to his greatness, such as the Arc de Triomphe in Paris and the Napoleon Bonaparte statues across Europe, were commissioned to commemorate his victories and his status as one of history's great military leaders. These monuments, however, would also come to represent the contradictions of his rule, his ability to inspire both admiration and deep fear across the continent. Napoleon's enduring legacy in the modern world. Even into the 20th century, Napoleon's influence continued to be felt. His name became synonymous with ambition, power, and genius. His story was referenced during political struggles, as various leaders saw in him a model of strength and vision. Napoleon's model of centralized governance, his legal reforms, and his military tactics provided inspiration to political movements, governments, and leaders who sought to emulate his success or avoid his mistakes. But Napoleon's legacy also stood as a reminder of the dangers of unchecked power, the risks of overextension, and the fragility of empires. His fall from grace underscored the perils of hubris and the inevitable consequences of seeking to remake the world in one's image. Today, Napoleon remains a figure of fascination. Whether admired as a revolutionary hero or vilified as a ruthless dictator, his impact on the course of European history cannot be denied. He reshaped the borders of Europe, sparked revolutions, and left an imprint on the world's legal and political systems. Napoleon Bonaparte, the man who sought to dominate the world, ultimately became a symbol of both the potential for greatness and the dangers of overreaching ambition. The fall of Napoleon Bonaparte and the disintegration of the French Empire may have marked the end of an era in Europe, but the reverberations of his rule stretched far beyond the continent. Napoleon's military campaigns, his legal and administrative reforms, and his very image as a revolutionary leader left a deep and lasting mark on the world. While the Congress of Vienna sought to restore the old European order, the effects of Napoleon's empire could be felt across the globe. In the Americas, his wars and ambitions would lead to significant political and territorial changes. In Asia, his example would inspire new strategies of governance and empire building, and in the wider world, his rise and fall would shape the course of global history. The Americas, the Haitian Revolution, and the Monroe Doctrine. One of the most significant global consequences of Napoleon's reign occurred in the Caribbean, where the Haitian Revolution unfolded, inspired in part by the French Revolution's ideals of liberty and equality. Under Napoleon's reign, France sought to reassert control over its colonies, particularly Saint-Domingue, modern-day Haiti, where a successful slave rebellion led by figures like Toussaint Louverture had already begun to unravel French authority. Napoleon, who had come to power promising to stabilize the French colonial empire, turned his attention to this critical sugar-producing colony. In 1802, Napoleon sent a large military expedition to retake control of Saint-Domingue and restore slavery, which had been abolished during the French Revolution. However, the Haitian rebels, led by Jean-Jacques Dessalines and Henri Christophe, resisted fiercely, defeating Napoleon's forces in a series of battles. This resistance culminated in the establishment of the independent nation of Haiti in 1804, the first successful slave revolt in modern history, and the first independent republic in Latin America. The victory was a monumental moment not only for the slaves of Saint-Domingue but also for the wider Atlantic world, shaking the foundations of the institution of slavery and colonialism. The fall of Napoleon and the subsequent restoration of the Bourbon monarchy in France marked the end of France's colonial ambitions in the Americas. Napoleon's failure in Haiti represented a major loss, but it also had far-reaching implications for European colonial powers in the Americas. In the wake of Napoleon's empire's collapse, many Latin American colonies, inspired by the ideals of liberty and the French Revolution, began to push for independence. The Spanish colonies in the Americas, weakened by the turmoil of the Napoleonic Wars and the invasions of Spain by Napoleon's forces, found themselves in a position to break free. Leaders like Simón Bolívar and José de San Martín led the charge for independence across the continent, resulting in the creation of new nations such as Gran Colombia, Argentina, and Chile. In the early 19th century, the United States, still a young nation, became deeply involved in the geopolitical shifts occurring in the Americas. Napoleon's conquests and the subsequent changes in European power dynamics influenced U.S. foreign policy, most notably through the Monroe Doctrine. In 1823, President James Monroe declared that the Western Hemisphere was no longer open to European colonization. While Napoleon himself had little direct involvement in the shaping of the Monroe Doctrine, the wave of independence movements in Latin America and the fear of European intervention in the Americas following Napoleon's wars played a significant role in shaping U.S. foreign policy for the years to come. Napoleon's influence on the Americas was not limited to the struggles for independence, though. The Louisiana Purchase in 1803, in which the United States acquired vast territories from France, was a direct consequence of Napoleon's shifting priorities. Faced with the demands of war in Europe and an increasingly hostile environment in the Caribbean, Napoleon decided to sell the French territory of Louisiana to the United States, a decision that would significantly alter the trajectory of American history. The purchase doubled the size of the United States, providing vast new lands for expansion and setting the stage for the country's westward growth. Napoleon and the rise of nationalism in Latin America. Napoleon's influence in the Americas extended beyond his direct involvement in wars or territorial disputes. His overthrow of monarchies in Europe and his imposition of French rule across much of the continent inspired a wave of nationalist sentiment throughout Latin America. The French Revolution and Napoleon's own political and military endeavors served as a model for the region's own struggles against colonial rule. As Napoleon's forces toppled the Spanish and Portuguese monarchies in Europe, they inadvertently exposed the vulnerability of the colonial system in the Americas. The overthrow of the Spanish monarchy, in particular, led to power vacuums in Spanish America, providing an opening for the Latin American independence movements. In places like Mexico, Venezuela, and Argentina, revolutionary leaders invoked the ideals of the French Revolution, liberty, equality, and fraternity, in their efforts to throw off the yoke of Spanish rule. Bolívar, San Martín, and others who led the fight for independence in Latin America were not merely following in the footsteps of Napoleon's revolutionary ideals but were also adapting his methods of warfare. Like Napoleon, these leaders understood the power of mobilizing mass armies and using both conventional and unconventional military tactics to achieve political goals. As Napoleon's example loomed large in their minds, the leaders of the Latin American revolutions adopted many of the same principles he had employed, from military strategy to the creation of new political entities. Asia, the Napoleonic example and imperial ambitions. Though Napoleon's direct influence in Asia was limited, his example as a military leader and empire builder inspired many Asian rulers and political leaders. In particular, his ability to reorganize and centralize large empires had a significant impact on the way European powers viewed their colonies in Asia. The British Empire, for instance, took careful note of Napoleon's military tactics during the Napoleonic Wars, particularly his use of a professional standing army and his emphasis on mobility and artillery. As the British began to expand their holdings in India and the surrounding regions, they incorporated many of Napoleon's military innovations into their own strategies. The British East India Company, which had been slowly consolidating control over the Indian subcontinent, was particularly keen on adopting Napoleon's methods to quell resistance and maintain control over the vast territory. The British military would continue to study Napoleon's campaigns throughout the 19th century, leading to significant improvements in their own tactical doctrine. At the same time, Napoleon's political reforms and the centralization of power within his empire set a model for some Asian empires. In China, for example, the Qing dynasty, while largely isolated from European affairs, felt the impact of Napoleon's rise through the increasing pressure of Western imperialism. The British, for example, used the threat of Napoleon's empire to justify their own imperial ambitions in China, particularly in the context of the Opium Wars, which were fought between China and Britain in the mid-19th century. Napoleon's military successes also served as a model for some of Japan's more ambitious military leaders. Japan's Meiji Restoration of 1868, which sought to modernize the country and resist Western colonization, was influenced by European military models, including Napoleon's approach to governance and warfare. Japanese leaders sought to reform their military, adopt European-style governance, and build a strong national identity, much like the changes that had been wrought by Napoleon's conquests in Europe. Africa, the impact of Napoleon's wars. Napoleon's wars in Europe had a more indirect but still profound impact on Africa, particularly in relation to the way European powers interacted with the continent. During the Napoleonic Wars, the British and the French were locked in a bitter struggle for global supremacy. As both powers sought to extend their influence in Africa, the competition led to several shifts in colonial holdings. In particular, the Napoleonic Wars resulted in the shifting of African colonies between the British and the French. Britain, in particular, gained control over several strategic ports and territories in Africa, including the Cape Colony in South Africa. Napoleon's ambition to control Egypt and his attempt to use the region as a gateway to India were thwarted, but his actions set the stage for future European involvement in North Africa. His campaign in Egypt, though a military failure, piqued European interest in the region and set the stage for future exploration and colonization. Furthermore, Napoleon's influence on the abolition of slavery would have lasting effects on Africa. The Napoleonic Wars coincided with the height of the transatlantic slave trade, and while Napoleon's rule in France did not immediately end slavery, the principles of the French Revolution would eventually inspire abolitionist movements. Napoleon's defeat and the weakening of France's colonial empire opened the door for more widespread abolition efforts in the 19th century, both in Europe and the Americas, which ultimately had implications for the African continent. Conclusion: Napoleon's global footprint. In the decades following Napoleon's fall from power, the world would continue to feel the reverberations of his empire. From the independence movements of Latin America to the rise of nationalism in Europe, from the shaping of U.S. foreign policy to the imperial ambitions in Asia and Africa, Napoleon's impact extended far beyond the borders of France. His legacy of centralized governance, legal reforms, military innovation, and revolutionary ideals would go on to shape the course of world history. Though his empire was short-lived, the ideas and systems Napoleon introduced into the global stage helped redefine the modern world. The age of empires was not over, but Napoleon's vision, however flawed it may have been, would continue to inform the political, military, and cultural developments that followed. Napoleon Bonaparte, in life and death, continued to inspire and challenge the world for generations, a testament to the lasting power of a single, transformative leader in shaping the world beyond his time. Napoleon Bonaparte, once the supreme ruler of Europe and the self-proclaimed emperor of the French, saw his empire crumble under the weight of relentless military campaigns, shifting alliances, and the growing weariness of the European powers. The final chapter of Napoleon's storied reign is one of exile, loss, and a bitter reckoning with his past, yet it is also a story of his enduring legacy, which would outlast even his own downfall. From the streets of Paris to the lonely island of St. Helena, the end of Napoleon's life was a reflection of his contradictions, of a leader who rose from humble beginnings to reshape the world, only to see it slip away through his own mistakes. The decline of the empire, the campaigns of 1812 to 1814. The decline of Napoleon's empire began in earnest after the Russian campaign of 1812, a disastrous military venture that shattered the invincibility of the French Empire. By the summer of 1812, Napoleon, confident in his dominance over Europe, turned his eyes eastward toward Russia. His army, a colossal force of over 600,000 men, embarked on what would become one of the most ill-fated campaigns in history. The campaign against Russia was driven by a combination of political, military, and economic factors. Napoleon sought to compel Tsar Alexander I to comply with his continental system, a trade embargo that aimed to weaken Britain by preventing its goods from entering European markets. Napoleon had already conquered much of Europe, but Russia's refusal to fully adhere to his embargoes and its growing ties with Britain placed the two powers on a collision course. But the Russian winter, the vast distances, and the scorched earth tactics employed by the Russian army would prove devastating for Napoleon. The French troops, already fatigued from the long march into Russian territory, were ill-prepared for the brutal winter conditions. The Russians, adopting a strategy of retreat and destruction, lured the French deeper into their land, burning cities and resources as they went. The Battle of Borodino, one of the largest and bloodiest of the campaign, ended in a Pyrrhic victory for Napoleon, but it was clear that the French could not sustain their position. As Napoleon entered the decimated capital of Moscow, the Russians had already retreated, and the city itself was set ablaze, leaving the French with no resources and no way to resupply. By the time Napoleon finally decided to retreat, the French army had been decimated. The retreat from Russia was one of the most catastrophic in military history, with only a fraction of Napoleon's army surviving the long, harrowing journey back to France. The Russian campaign marked the beginning of the end for Napoleon's empire. His invincibility had been shattered, and his enemies began to sense that he was no longer the unstoppable force he had once been. In the aftermath of the Russian disaster, the coalition of European powers, including Britain, Austria, Prussia, and Russia, began to regroup and turn their attention to the now weakened French Empire. By 1813, Napoleon faced a coalition army of over 400,000 men in what became known as the Battle of Leipzig, or the Battle of Nations. This decisive defeat further crippled Napoleon's military power and forced him to retreat back into France. With each successive defeat, Napoleon's empire crumbled. The countries he had once subjugated rose against him, and his once loyal allies abandoned him. The Sixth Coalition, a united force of Russia, Prussia, Austria, Britain, Spain, and Sweden, marching on Paris in early 1814, finally forced Napoleon into a surrender. The end of his empire was imminent, and the French capital, once the proud heart of a vast and sprawling empire, now lay at the mercy of those he had once conquered. Napoleon's abdication, the first exile. Napoleon's abdication in April 1814 was a moment of political necessity rather than personal choice. Facing the collapse of his empire and the imminent arrival of coalition forces in Paris, Napoleon was left with little option but to step down. His abdication was not a voluntary relinquishment of power, but rather an acknowledgement of his defeat. The Treaty of Fontainebleau, which followed his abdication, marked the formal end of Napoleon's reign. He was exiled to the island of Elba, a small Mediterranean island off the coast of Italy. Elba, a peaceful and relatively isolated island, seemed an unlikely home for a man who had once ruled much of Europe. However, the terms of his exile were somewhat lenient. Napoleon was granted sovereignty over the island, and he was allowed to maintain a small personal guard and his title as emperor. Even in exile, Napoleon's ambitious nature could not be quelled. He worked to improve Elba's economy, rebuilt its infrastructure, and even attempted to create a small navy, which would later play a role in his brief return to power. During his time on Elba, Napoleon maintained contact with his supporters and continually planned for his return to France, determined that his exile would not be his final chapter. The conditions of his exile were a far cry from the grandiose palaces and armies he had once commanded. Still, the name of Napoleon Bonaparte could not easily be erased from the pages of history. The restoration of the Bourbon monarchy in France, led by Louis XVIII, was unpopular, and the political instability within France only increased Napoleon's hope for a return. The 100 Days, Napoleon's brief return to power. Napoleon's return from Elba in 1815 was one of the most dramatic comebacks in history. The return of the emperor was fueled by his growing disillusionment with the Bourbon Restoration and the tumultuous political situation in France. In March 1815, with the support of a small group of loyal followers and soldiers, Napoleon escaped Elba and made his way to the French mainland. His return sparked a wave of popular support, as many French citizens, weary of the Bourbon monarchy and the political instability of post-revolutionary France, rallied to his cause. Napoleon's return to power, however, was short-lived. His brief reign, known as the 100 Days, was marked by a renewed series of military campaigns as he sought to regain control over Europe. The Seventh Coalition, which included Britain, Prussia, Austria, and other European powers, mobilized quickly to defeat him. The most famous of these battles, Waterloo, would become synonymous with defeat. In June 1815, Napoleon met the coalition forces under the command of the Duke of Wellington and the Prussian general Gebhard Leberecht von Blücher at the Battle of Waterloo. The battle was fierce, and at first, it seemed that Napoleon might have a chance to win, but a series of tactical errors, combined with the timely arrival of Prussian reinforcements, sealed his fate. The defeat at Waterloo was total, and Napoleon was forced to retreat. His dream of re-establishing his empire was shattered, and his personal power was gone. The final exile, St. Helena and Napoleon's death. After his defeat at Waterloo, Napoleon was exiled once again, this time to the remote island of St. Helena, located in the South Atlantic Ocean. Far from the Mediterranean coast, St. Helena was a desolate, isolated rock, nearly 2,000 miles from the nearest land. The British government, eager to ensure that Napoleon would never again return to power, placed him under strict guard. This final exile was a sharp contrast to the relative freedom he had enjoyed on Elba. Napoleon spent the remaining years of his life in St. Helena, living in a modest house, surrounded by a small retinue of loyal followers. During this period, he engaged in reflection and memoir writing, recounting his rise to power, his vision for Europe, and the events that led to his downfall. His writings from this period, particularly his Memoirs of St. Helena, became important historical sources, offering insights into his psyche and his vision of his own legacy. Napoleon's health began to deteriorate rapidly during his time on St. Helena. He suffered from a variety of ailments, including stomach issues, which ultimately led to his death on May 5, 1821, at the age of 51. Officially, his cause of death was listed as stomach cancer, though some have speculated that he may have been poisoned, either by political enemies or the harsh conditions of his captivity. Whatever the cause, his death marked the end of an era, a final chapter for a man whose ambition had once reshaped the world. Legacy: Napoleon as a symbol of ambition and tragedy. Napoleon Bonaparte's legacy has been the subject of endless debate. To some, he is the embodiment of the French Revolution's ideals, a leader who sought to modernize Europe, spread the principles of liberty and equality, and build a new order based on merit rather than aristocracy. To others, he remains a tyrant, whose unquenchable thirst for power led to a series of wars that devastated Europe and caused the deaths of millions. His personal story is one of ambition, tragedy, and unfulfilled promise. Napoleon's rise from obscurity to Emperor of France is a testament to his brilliance as a strategist, a politician, and a leader. Yet his downfall, driven by his own hubris, is a cautionary tale about the dangers of unchecked ambition. In the years following his death, Napoleon's image has undergone a transformation. In France, he has become a national hero, celebrated as a military genius and a symbol of French greatness. His Napoleonic Code, which reformed French law and laid the foundation for legal systems across Europe, remains one of his most enduring legacies. In other parts of the world, particularly in Britain, Napoleon is remembered less fondly, as a dangerous, expansionist ruler who brought suffering and destruction in his wake. Conclusion: the enduring legacy of Napoleon. Napoleon's death did not mark the end of his influence. His name, his ideas, and his example continue to resonate across the globe, inspiring generations of leaders, military strategists, and reformers. Napoleon may have fallen from power, but his impact on history remains undeniable. Through his successes and failures, he became a symbol of the potential for greatness, and the price of ambition taken to its extreme. As the world moved on from the Napoleonic Wars, it would always carry with it the indelible imprint of Napoleon Bonaparte, a man whose life and death shaped the modern world in ways few others ever could. Napoleon Bonaparte, in both life and death, remains one of the most influential figures in world history. While his rule was marked by a meteoric rise, catastrophic wars, and an eventual fall from power, the consequences of his reign reverberated far beyond the borders of France. Even after his exile to St. Helena and his death, Napoleon continued to shape the political, military, and social landscapes of Europe and the wider world for decades to come. His legacy, often seen as paradoxical, is a blend of military genius, authoritarian rule, revolutionary ideals, and deeply personal ambition. To understand Napoleon's lasting impact, one must look beyond the battlefield and examine how his policies, reforms, and the very image of his empire influenced the evolution of modern Europe and beyond. From the Napoleonic Code to the redrawing of Europe's political map, Napoleon's imprint is still visible in the institutions, ideals, and conflicts of the present day. The Napoleonic Code, foundations of modern legal systems. One of Napoleon's most enduring legacies is the Napoleonic Code, or the Code Civil, which he enacted in 1804. The Code was one of the most ambitious legal reforms ever implemented, designed to unify the legal system of France and provide a coherent, rational framework for laws governing private property, family relations, and civil rights. Its importance extends far beyond France. Napoleon's legal reforms were adopted, in whole or in part, across Europe and the world. The Napoleonic Code replaced the patchwork of local laws, feudal systems, and royal decrees that had previously governed France. It was based on principles that had emerged from the French Revolution, including equality before the law, the abolition of feudal privileges, and the protection of private property. In this sense, Napoleon was a revolutionary, despite his imperial ambitions, seeking to consolidate and institutionalize the ideals of the revolution in a manner that would endure. Perhaps most notably, the Napoleonic Code emphasized the idea that all citizens, regardless of their social rank, should be treated equally in the eyes of the law. This concept fundamentally reshaped European legal systems and became a cornerstone of modern civil law. Its influence can be seen in countries as diverse as Italy, Spain, the Netherlands, and much of Latin America, where the legal reforms he implemented continue to inform legal practice to this day. Even countries with no direct ties to Napoleon's empire, such as Japan and Turkey, found elements of the Napoleonic Code applicable to their own legal reforms. The enduring legacy of the Code lies not only in the substance of the laws it created but also in the way it helped lay the foundations for a more standardized, rationalized system of governance in Europe. Through Napoleon's reforms, the principle of legal equality became enshrined in much of the modern world. Political and geopolitical impact, the redrawing of Europe. Napoleon's impact on the political landscape of Europe is undeniable. Though his empire was ultimately destroyed, the boundaries of Europe were significantly reshaped in the wake of his rule. The Congress of Vienna, 1814–1815, convened by the victorious powers of Europe, sought to redraw the map of Europe and restore the pre-Napoleonic order. Yet, the influence of Napoleon's conquests and reforms lingered, subtly guiding the decisions made during the negotiations. In many ways, the Napoleonic Wars acted as a catalyst for the reorganization of European states, breaking up old political structures and creating new opportunities for national identity and governance. The dissolution of the Holy Roman Empire, for example, paved the way for the unification of Germany under the Prussian monarchy in the mid-19th century. Napoleon's restructuring of Italy into a series of client states also sowed the seeds for the Italian unification, which would be achieved later in the century. Perhaps the most striking transformation of Europe after Napoleon's reign was the spread of nationalism. Before Napoleon, many European countries were ruled by monarchs and aristocracies, with subjects primarily defined by their allegiance to a monarch or dynasty. Napoleon's campaigns, however, challenged this structure by imposing his rule on a variety of peoples across Europe. In doing so, he inadvertently gave rise to the idea of nation-states, in which the allegiance of individuals was tied not just to a king or emperor, but to the idea of a nation as a whole. Napoleon's rule also saw the spread of liberal reforms, ideas of legal equality, secular governance, and meritocracy, that helped shape the political ideologies of the 19th century. These ideas contributed to the rise of liberal movements and revolutions across Europe, notably the July Revolution of 1830 in France and the revolutions of 1848, which sought to expand political participation and civil rights. The military legacy, strategy, warfare, and leadership. Napoleon's military genius is legendary. His campaigns are studied in military academies around the world, and his strategies remain a subject of fascination for historians and military leaders. At the heart of his military success was a combination of strategic vision, tactical brilliance, and the ability to inspire and mobilize his forces. His use of the corps system, which divided his army into self-sufficient, mobile units, allowed him to concentrate his forces at decisive moments and execute complex, rapid maneuvers that overwhelmed his enemies. Napoleon's battlefield tactics, such as his use of the column formation to break enemy lines, his mastery of artillery, and his emphasis on mobility and speed, transformed the nature of warfare in the 19th century. His campaigns in Italy, Austerlitz, Jena, and Wagram are still regarded as some of the most tactically brilliant in military history. Even after his downfall, Napoleon's military innovations continued to influence military doctrine across Europe. Despite his early successes, however, Napoleon's later defeats revealed the limitations of his approach. The vastness of his empire, the resistance of nationalist movements, and the overwhelming power of his enemies proved too much for even his genius to overcome. Nevertheless, the Napoleonic Wars left an indelible mark on the evolution of modern warfare. The focus on total war, the integration of different branches of the military, infantry, cavalry, and artillery, and the development of more mobile, professional standing armies were all consequences of the era's military innovations. The rise of nationalism and liberalism. Napoleon's rule also had a profound impact on the rise of nationalism and liberalism across Europe. While Napoleon himself was an emperor who sought to consolidate his own power and legacy, his conquests inadvertently spread the ideas of the French Revolution, namely liberty, equality, and fraternity, across the continent. Many of the territories he conquered, particularly in Italy and Germany, had long been fragmented and ruled by a variety of princes, kings, and foreign powers. Under Napoleon, these areas were reorganized and often given a sense of national unity that they had not previously experienced. The idea of the nation-state, where a people with a shared language, culture, and identity were governed by a common state, became a powerful force throughout the 19th century. In Italy, Napoleon's restructuring of the peninsula helped pave the way for the eventual unification of Italy under Giuseppe Garibaldi and Count Cavour. Similarly, in Germany, Napoleon's dissolution of the Holy Roman Empire set the stage for the unification of the German states under Otto von Bismarck in 1871. Napoleon's rule also advanced liberal ideas, though not in the way the revolutionaries had hoped. Under his empire, many of the aristocratic privileges that had existed before the revolution were abolished, and reforms such as the abolition of feudalism were implemented in much of Europe. Yet, Napoleon's own authoritarian rule contradicted the very liberal values he had helped to spread. This tension between the revolutionary ideals of the French Revolution and Napoleon's imperial governance was a hallmark of his legacy. Napoleon's influence on colonialism and the world beyond Europe. Beyond Europe, Napoleon's influence was felt in places such as the Americas, Asia, and Africa. In the Caribbean, Napoleon's efforts to regain control of the French colonies, particularly Haiti, led to a slave revolt and the eventual independence of Haiti in 1804, the first successful slave uprising in history. This event, along with Napoleon's failed attempt to reassert French dominance in the Americas, marked a turning point in the history of colonialism. In Latin America, Napoleon's wars and the weakening of Spain, as a result of French occupation, created an opening for independence movements across the continent. Leaders such as Simón Bolívar and José de San Martín drew inspiration from Napoleon's example and his challenge to European monarchies, even as they fought to free their nations from colonial rule. Napoleon's brief reorganization of Egypt also left a lasting impact on the region, setting the stage for the eventual rise of modern Egypt and influencing the development of archaeology and Orientalism in the 19th century. Napoleon's desire to extend his empire to the east and his failed invasion of Russia showed that his ambitions had no geographical limits. Napoleon's legacy in modern politics and culture. In the modern era, Napoleon's influence is felt not only in the political and military realms but also in culture and philosophy. His life and reign have inspired countless books, films, and works of art, with Napoleon often portrayed as a figure of mythic proportions. His image as a tragic hero, a man of extraordinary ambition brought down by his own flaws, has captured the imagination of generations. Napoleon's legacy is also found in the ideas of authoritarian leadership. In the 20th century, leaders like Adolf Hitler and Joseph Stalin looked to Napoleon's example for inspiration in consolidating power, managing large empires, and conducting military campaigns. The lessons of Napoleon's rule, both his successes and his failures, continue to be studied by political leaders, military strategists, and historians alike. In the end, Napoleon Bonaparte's legacy is as complex as the man himself, brilliant yet flawed, revolutionary yet imperial. His influence on the course of European and world history is undeniable. Whether as a symbol of the height of imperial power or as a cautionary tale of ambition's costs, Napoleon remains an enduring figure in the study of history and in the collective consciousness of the modern world. The defeat of Napoleon Bonaparte at Waterloo in 1815 did not mark the end of Europe's political tumult, but rather the beginning of a new era of restoration, reform, and reaction. Napoleon's fall was swiftly followed by the return of the Bourbon monarchy in France, a process that was part of a broader effort by the victorious powers of Europe to restore the old monarchies and suppress the revolutionary ideals that had swept across the continent in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. The Congress of Vienna, which had convened in 1814 to reshape Europe after Napoleon's empire, set the stage for this transformation, bringing together the major powers, Britain, Austria, Prussia, Russia, and France, in a delicate balancing act to ensure the stability of the continent. While the immediate aftermath of Napoleon's reign brought the return of monarchies and the restoration of the Ancien Regime, the world had irrevocably changed. The effects of the French Revolution and Napoleon's reign, particularly the ideas of liberalism, nationalism, and constitutionalism, had spread throughout Europe and would not easily be extinguished. The old order, though temporarily restored, was under siege, and the revolution that Napoleon had once led was not easily forgotten. Even as the monarchies returned to power, the ideological currents that had shaped Napoleon's reign, social justice, nationalism, and liberal reform, continued to influence the course of European history. The Bourbon Restoration in France, a fragile return. The restoration of the Bourbon monarchy in France in 1814, under Louis XVIII, was the first major consequence of Napoleon's downfall. After Napoleon's abdication and exile to Elba, the Bourbon family was reinstalled as rulers of France, with Louis XVIII ascending the throne. The restoration, however, was not without complications. The Bourbon monarchy was deeply unpopular with many segments of the French population, especially those who had embraced the revolutionary ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity. The monarchy's return was seen by many as a rejection of the progress that had been made during the French Revolution. Louis XVIII was acutely aware of the need for compromise. While he sought to restore the monarchy, he also made concessions to the changes that had taken place in France during Napoleon's reign and the Revolutionary period. One of his most significant actions was the introduction of the Charter of 1814, a constitutional document that granted certain freedoms to French citizens and established a bicameral legislature. The Charter was an attempt to balance the restoration of monarchical power with the need for a more liberal, modern government. Despite these concessions, the restoration of the Bourbon monarchy was not fully accepted by the people. Many felt that the monarchy's return represented a betrayal of the revolution. Furthermore, the old aristocracy and the church regained their privileges, leading to dissatisfaction among the emerging middle class and working people. The ultra-royalists, a faction within the royalist camp, were eager to restore the monarchy to its pre-revolutionary form, including the absolute power of the king. This faction's influence created deep divisions within the Bourbon government, making the monarchy unstable and vulnerable. The first restoration of the Bourbons, therefore, was a fragile compromise, and it was not long before Napoleon, having escaped from exile on Elba, returned to France for a brief period in 1815 known as the 100 Days. Napoleon's return to power was met with initial enthusiasm, but the French people were soon divided. Ultimately, his defeat at the Battle of Waterloo and his subsequent abdication marked the final end of his rule. Following his defeat, the Bourbons were restored to power, but this time, the monarchy faced even greater challenges. The Second Bourbon Restoration, Charles X and the July Revolution. After Napoleon's final defeat, Louis XVIII was succeeded by his younger brother Charles X in 1824. Charles, unlike Louis, was a firm believer in the absolute monarchy that had existed before the French Revolution. His reign marked a return to more reactionary policies, seeking to restore the privileges of the aristocracy, the church, and the monarchy. He attempted to roll back many of the reforms that had been introduced during the Revolution and Napoleon's reign, including attempts to limit the power of the Chamber of Deputies and reduce the influence of the middle class. Charles X's reactionary policies created a growing rift between the monarchy and the French people. His attempts to dissolve the Chamber of Deputies, which had become more liberal, and his actions to restore privileges to the aristocracy sparked widespread unrest. In 1830, this discontent culminated in the July Revolution of 1830, a popular uprising against Charles X's regime. The revolution saw the downfall of the Bourbon monarchy once again, and the establishment of a new government under Louis Philippe, known as the Citizen King. Louis Philippe's reign marked the beginning of a new phase in French history, the era of the July monarchy, a constitutional monarchy that sought to balance the old order with the demands of the rising middle class. Though Louis Philippe was initially popular, his government struggled to reconcile the competing demands of the monarchy, the aristocracy, and the growing demands of the working class. As a result, his reign was marked by growing political instability, and by 1848, France would once again experience revolution. The European concert and the balance of power. The defeat of Napoleon and the restoration of monarchies across Europe led to the formation of the Concert of Europe, an informal system of diplomacy aimed at preserving the status quo and preventing the spread of revolutionary ideologies. The major European powers, Britain, Austria, Prussia, Russia, and later France, worked together to maintain peace and stability on the continent. The principle of legitimacy, which held that monarchs who had been overthrown by revolution or Napoleon's conquests should be restored to power, guided the actions of the Concert of Europe. However, while the Concert of Europe was effective in maintaining peace for several decades, it also sowed the seeds of future conflicts. The suppression of nationalist and liberal movements, combined with the increasing tensions between conservative monarchies and the growing demands for political reform, would eventually lead to revolutions across Europe in 1848. These revolutions, known as the Revolutions of 1848, were fueled by demands for constitutional governments, national independence, and the expansion of civil rights. The spread of nationalism and liberalism. Napoleon's defeat did not extinguish the ideas of liberalism and nationalism that had flourished during the French Revolution and his reign. In many ways, the restoration of the Bourbons and the establishment of conservative monarchies across Europe led to a deeper desire for change. Napoleon's influence, particularly his emphasis on nationhood and legal equality, continued to resonate with those who sought political reforms. Across Europe, from Italy to Germany, the ideas of national unity and self-determination spread like wildfire. The influence of Napoleon's territorial reorganization and the establishment of satellite states like Naples, Spain, and the Confederation of the Rhine inspired many to imagine a new Europe of unified nation-states. The Congress of Vienna, despite its efforts to restore the old order, had inadvertently sowed the seeds of nationalism that would blossom in the 19th century. In Italy, Napoleon's reorganization of the peninsula into a series of client states had weakened the power of foreign rulers and contributed to the desire for unification. In Germany, Napoleon's dissolution of the Holy Roman Empire and the reorganization of German-speaking states into the Confederation of the Rhine helped set the stage for German unification in 1871. In both cases, the ideals of the French Revolution, liberty, equality, and fraternity, continued to inspire political movements that would ultimately challenge the old monarchical orders. Conclusion: the continued legacy of Napoleon's empire. The political upheavals following Napoleon's fall, including the restoration of the Bourbon monarchy and the rise of nationalist movements across Europe, revealed the enduring influence of the Napoleonic era. While the monarchies of Europe sought to restore the status quo, the revolutionary ideas that Napoleon championed, such as legal equality, nationalism, and liberalism, were far from extinguished. The Concert of Europe, though successful in maintaining peace for a time, could not prevent the rising tide of reform and revolution that would sweep through the continent in the decades that followed. Napoleon, though exiled and defeated, had set in motion forces that would continue to shape European and global history. His ideas, his conquests, and the lasting changes he left behind in the realms of law, governance, and nationalism would continue to influence political movements and revolutions well into the 19th and 20th centuries. Napoleon's ambition had sought to reshape Europe in his own image, but in the end, it was his ideas and the changes he brought about that would leave a lasting legacy far beyond the borders of his empire. The world that emerged after Napoleon's fall was markedly different from the one that existed before his rise. Though his empire was shattered at Waterloo and his reign ended in exile, the forces he unleashed continued to shape the destiny of Europe and the wider world. His wars and reforms, though at times brutal and destabilizing, acted as a crucible that forged the modern European landscape. Two significant forces, nationalism and industrialization, emerged in the 19th century as the twin engines of Europe's transformation. These forces reshaped societies, economies, and political structures, marking the birth of the modern world. While Napoleon's military conquests had drawn the borders of Europe into new configurations, they had also sowed the seeds of nationalism, a movement that would challenge the old dynastic empires and create a new order of nation-states. Concurrently, the rise of the Industrial Revolution, which began in Britain and spread across Europe, would radically alter the economic and social fabric of society, creating new social classes and shifting the balance of power in unprecedented ways. The rise of nationalism, from empire to nation-state. Nationalism, which had been subtly fostered by Napoleon's empire, would become one of the most powerful political forces of the 19th century. Under Napoleon, many of the old monarchies and fragmented territories of Europe were reorganized. He abolished feudal privileges and brought territories under centralized control, creating a sense of shared governance and a collective identity among people who had previously been divided by dynastic rule and cultural differences. For example, Napoleon's creation of the Confederation of the Rhine reorganized the German states and consolidated a sense of German nationalism that would later contribute to the unification of Germany in the mid-19th century. Although Napoleon's vision was centered around a centralized, imperial France, his territorial changes, and his administration's introduction of reforms such as the Napoleonic Code, had a long-lasting impact. These reforms, which included the abolition of feudalism and the promotion of legal equality, gave rise to new ideas about citizenship and sovereignty. The concept of a nation-state, where the allegiance of people was tied not to a monarch but to a national identity, gained traction across Europe, influencing both the ruling elites and the common people. In Italy, Napoleon's reorganization of the peninsula into a series of satellite states and his efforts to curb foreign influence inspired Italian nationalists to pursue unification. The fragmented and often foreign-dominated states of Italy, such as the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies and the Papal States, became increasingly aware of their common Italian identity. The memory of Napoleon's reforms, especially his unification efforts, provided a framework for Giuseppe Mazzini, Giuseppe Garibaldi, and Count Camillo di Cavour, whose efforts would ultimately lead to the unification of Italy in 1861. Similarly, in Germany, Napoleon's dissolution of the Holy Roman Empire and his reorganization of German territories into the Confederation of the Rhine fostered a sense of shared German identity that had not existed before. Though Napoleon's reforms were ultimately overturned after his defeat, his influence remained. The legacy of Napoleon's push for a unified Europe contributed to the rise of German nationalism, which, under the guidance of Otto von Bismarck, would lead to the unification of Germany in 1871. The notion of a unified Germany, composed of diverse German-speaking peoples, had become a reality, albeit one that emerged not through revolutionary means but rather through statecraft and military success. In Eastern Europe, Napoleon's reforms in the Grand Duchy of Warsaw, a French client state, fostered Polish nationalism and the hope for independence from the Russian Empire, though that hope would remain largely unfulfilled until the 20th century. Similarly, in Spain, the French occupation sparked a fierce resistance that laid the groundwork for the Spanish independence movement and ignited nationalist sentiments throughout the Spanish-speaking world, especially in Latin America, where independence movements were already gathering force. While Napoleon himself did not set out to create nation-states in the way later 19th-century nationalists would, his actions made their rise inevitable. His destruction of the old, fragmented political order and his promotion of the ideals of legal equality and national sovereignty helped set the stage for the nation-state to become the dominant political entity of the 19th and 20th centuries. The Industrial Revolution, economic transformation and social change. As Europe's political landscape was being redrawn by the forces of nationalism and the aftermath of the Napoleonic Wars, the continent was also undergoing a profound economic transformation. The Industrial Revolution, which began in Britain in the late 18th century, gradually spread across Europe throughout the 19th century, fundamentally changing how goods were produced, how people lived, and how societies were structured. The effects of the Industrial Revolution were far-reaching. The most immediate and visible impact was the dramatic increase in industrial production. Factories, powered by coal and steam engines, replaced traditional craft-based industries, and mass production of goods became the norm. The advent of mechanized textile manufacturing, the rise of the iron industry, and the railroad revolution allowed for faster transportation and greater economic integration across Europe. Britain, the birthplace of the Industrial Revolution, became the world's leading industrial power by the early 19th century, but other nations soon followed suit, including Belgium, France, Germany, and the United States. The Industrial Revolution did not only reshape the economy but also fundamentally altered society. The growth of factories created new forms of labor, and the increasing demand for workers led to the rise of the working class, composed largely of men, women, and children who worked in harsh conditions in the factories. The increasing wealth of industrialists, or capitalists, led to the rise of a new middle class that had the financial means to demand political representation and greater rights. The rapid urbanization that accompanied industrialization led to the growth of large cities, where living conditions were often overcrowded and unsanitary. Diseases such as cholera and tuberculosis spread quickly in the densely populated industrial centers, leading to social unrest and demands for reform. As the conditions for workers worsened, labor movements began to gain strength, calling for better wages, working hours, and conditions. These movements laid the foundation for the labor rights and social welfare policies that would be enacted in many countries later in the century. Industrialization also brought about technological innovations that fundamentally reshaped society. The advent of railroads, steamships, and the telegraph revolutionized communication and transportation. The expansion of railroads, in particular, facilitated the movement of goods and people across Europe on a scale never before seen. The increased mobility that railroads offered allowed for greater economic integration, but it also contributed to the rise of urban centers and the spread of mass culture. The changing balance of power, from agrarian to industrial societies. The Industrial Revolution had a profound effect on the global balance of power. The rise of industrialized economies gave Britain, France, and later Germany a tremendous advantage over less industrialized nations. The industrialized powers were able to produce more goods, raise larger armies, and project power across the globe through imperialism. The spread of industrialization thus played a key role in the expansion of European colonial empires, particularly in Africa and Asia, where European nations sought to control raw materials and new markets for their goods. However, industrialization was not just a force for economic and military dominance. It also shifted the political and social structure of Europe. The rise of the working class and the middle class challenged the traditional aristocracy and monarchies that had once held absolute power. The demand for political rights and the idea that governments should be more responsive to the needs of their citizens grew stronger. This period witnessed the rise of liberalism, the demand for suffrage, and the push for democratic reforms that would culminate in the 19th and 20th centuries with the expansion of universal suffrage, the establishment of parliamentary democracies, and the rise of socialist movements. The interplay of nationalism and industrialization in the formation of modern Europe. The intertwined forces of nationalism and industrialization would continue to shape the evolution of modern Europe throughout the 19th century. Nationalism, which had been fueled by Napoleon's destruction of old political structures, became the guiding principle behind the creation of modern nation-states. Meanwhile, industrialization transformed Europe from an agrarian society into a modern, urban, and industrialized continent, providing the economic foundation for nationalist movements and the rise of imperial powers. The combination of these forces led to the creation of new political entities and the reorganization of old ones. Germany's unification under Otto von Bismarck in 1871, for example, was a direct result of the rise of German nationalism and the economic power of the Prussian state, which had been strengthened by industrialization. Similarly, Italy's unification under Giuseppe Garibaldi and Count Cavour in 1861 was both a nationalist movement and a reflection of the changing economic landscape of Europe. The influence of Napoleon's legacy was also felt in these developments. His establishment of a new world order, where national boundaries were redrawn and the old aristocratic structures were toppled, laid the groundwork for the creation of the modern nation-state system that emerged in the 19th century. Napoleon's reforms in law and governance, particularly the Napoleonic Code, served as a model for modern legal systems across Europe and beyond. Conclusion: A New Europe and the Legacy of Napoleon's Empire. By the close of the 19th century, Europe had undergone an extraordinary transformation, shaped by the forces of nationalism, industrialization, and modernization. Napoleon's empire, though short-lived, had irrevocably altered the political, social, and economic landscape of Europe, setting the stage for the creation of the modern world. The century following his defeat would be defined by the creation of nation-states, the rise of industrial powers, and the spread of revolutionary ideas that would challenge traditional monarchies and aristocratic elites. Napoleon's legacy, far from being merely one of military conquests, was one of profound political and societal change. His era, with all its triumphs and tragedies, set in motion the forces that would reshape Europe and the world, creating a modern, industrialized continent of nation-states that would dominate global affairs for centuries to come. The 19th century was an era of profound ideological and political change, as Europe moved from the age of absolutism and monarchical power to the dawn of modern democracy and the spread of revolutionary ideas. It was a time of burgeoning national identities, the birth of modern political ideologies, and widespread movements for political reform. From the turmoil of the French Revolution to the revolutions of 1848, these decades saw the rise of new political philosophies, social movements, and the gradual transformation of European political systems. As the Industrial Revolution continued to reshape Europe, it also gave rise to new political and economic realities. The rapid urbanization and the expansion of industrial economies created new social classes, including a rising working class and a growing middle class. This led to new political demands, as workers, intellectuals, and reformers began to challenge the old hierarchical structures that had dominated Europe for centuries. Central to this period was the rise of new political ideologies that would define much of the century. These ideologies included liberalism, socialism, conservatism, and nationalism, each representing a different vision of how society should be structured, how power should be distributed, and how the relationship between the individual and the state should be defined. Liberalism and the struggle for political rights. Liberalism, as an ideology, emerged from the ideals of the Enlightenment and the French Revolution. It championed individual liberties, constitutional government, the rule of law, and free markets. Liberals sought to curb the absolute power of monarchs and aristocrats, advocating instead for representative government through parliamentary systems and universal suffrage. Liberalism also called for the protection of individual rights, including freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and property rights. The first half of the 19th century saw liberal movements spread across Europe, challenging the remnants of the old regime. In France, after the fall of Napoleon and the return of the Bourbon monarchy, liberals demanded constitutional reforms, leading to the July Revolution of 1830, which resulted in the establishment of a constitutional monarchy under Louis Philippe. Similarly, liberal uprisings in Spain and Italy aimed to reduce the power of traditional monarchies and establish liberal, constitutional governments. In Britain, the rise of liberalism was marked by the expansion of political participation through reforms such as the Reform Act of 1832, which widened the electorate, and the Chartist movement, which pushed for even greater political rights for the working class. The Industrial Revolution was a driving force behind these liberal demands, as the new middle class, made wealthy by trade and industry, sought greater political influence to match their economic power. Liberalism also spread to the United States, where it had already taken root in the wake of the American Revolution. In the U.S., the notion of democracy, a government based on the will of the people, became a guiding principle, and the Jacksonian Democrats pushed for universal white male suffrage. The principles of equality before the law, free market capitalism, and personal liberty also resonated across the Atlantic, becoming core tenets of liberal thought throughout the 19th century. Socialism and the quest for economic justice. While liberalism focused on political rights and freedoms, socialism emerged in the early 19th century as a response to the social inequalities generated by the Industrial Revolution. Socialists argued that economic power should be more equally distributed and that the working class, which had become increasingly exploited in the factories and mines, should be afforded greater social protections and economic rights. The roots of socialism can be traced back to early thinkers such as Jean-Jacques Rousseau and Saint-Simon, but it was in the works of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels that socialism found its most coherent and influential expression. In their Communist Manifesto, published in 1848, Marx and Engels called for the overthrow of capitalist systems and the establishment of a proletarian revolution that would lead to a classless society, where the means of production would be controlled by the workers themselves. Marx's vision of historical materialism argued that all history was defined by the struggles between different social classes, and that capitalism, with its inherent inequalities, would eventually be replaced by socialism and then communism. Socialism also took various forms in the 19th century. Utopian socialists, such as Robert Owen and Charles Fourier, believed in the creation of ideal communities where wealth and resources were shared equitably, and where people would live in harmony. These socialists aimed to reform society gradually, often through cooperative and communal living arrangements. On the other hand, revolutionary socialists and anarchists sought more radical changes. The writings of Pierre-Joseph Proudhon and later Mikhail Bakunin argued that the state itself was a tool of oppression and that true freedom could only be achieved through the abolition of both capitalism and the state. This more radical form of socialism would influence revolutionary movements throughout the 19th and 20th centuries. Despite its differences in approach, socialism as a whole rejected the laissez-faire economic policies of liberalism, which was seen as benefiting only the wealthy elite and exploiting the working poor. Socialists called for reforms such as public ownership of industries, universal education, and the redistribution of wealth. Conservatism, defending tradition and order. In contrast to liberalism and socialism, conservatism arose as a reaction against the revolutionary movements and the radical changes that had swept through Europe, particularly following the French Revolution. Conservatives were wary of the rapid social change that liberalism and socialism advocated for, and they argued for the preservation of traditional institutions, such as the monarchy, the church, and the aristocracy. One of the key thinkers of conservatism was Edmund Burke, who argued that societies should evolve gradually, based on a respect for tradition and established institutions, rather than through sudden, violent revolution. Burke believed that the French Revolution's radical break from tradition had led to chaos and instability, and he advocated for a constitutional monarchy as the best form of government. This conservative vision of society emphasized the importance of social order, the preservation of hierarchy, and the authority of traditional institutions. In the 19th century, conservative movements were particularly strong in Russia, where the Romanov dynasty defended the absolute power of the Tsar, and in Austria-Hungary, where the Habsburg Empire sought to maintain the old imperial order in the face of nationalist and liberal uprisings. In Prussia, conservatism was embodied by the figure of Otto von Bismarck, who believed in maintaining the monarchical state while adapting to changing realities. Bismarck's famous Realpolitik emphasized pragmatic political decisions over ideological purity, and he worked to consolidate the power of the Prussian monarchy, and later the German Empire through calculated political maneuvering and war. Revolutions of 1848, the Springtime of Nations. The year 1848 marked a watershed moment in the political history of Europe, as a wave of revolutions, known as the Revolutions of 1848, or the Springtime of Nations, swept across the continent. Triggered by dissatisfaction with the old regime of monarchies and aristocracies, as well as by economic hardship due to industrialization and crop failures, the revolutions of 1848 were fueled by demands for democracy, social reforms, and national independence. The revolutions were most intense in France, where widespread discontent led to the February Revolution of 1848, which overthrew the July monarchy of Louis Philippe and led to the establishment of the Second Republic. In Germany, the Frankfurt Assembly was convened in an attempt to create a unified German state with a liberal constitution, but the movement was crushed by conservative forces. Similarly, in Italy, uprisings led to the expulsion of foreign rulers, but the Roman Republic founded by Giuseppe Mazzini was short-lived. While the revolutions of 1848 ultimately failed in most places, they laid the groundwork for later political and social reforms. The French Revolution of 1848 inspired the rise of socialist and labor movements, and it set the stage for the unification of Italy and the German Empire in the coming decades. The revolutions of 1848 also demonstrated the growing power of the working class and the influence of new political ideologies, which would continue to shape the political landscape of Europe. Conclusion: the shaping of modern Europe. The 19th century was a time of extraordinary political and ideological change in Europe. The rise of new political ideologies, including liberalism, socialism, and conservatism, created new opportunities for political participation and power, but also led to conflict and revolution. The revolutions of 1848 highlighted the tension between the old order and the new forces of nationalism and democracy. Ultimately, the events of the 19th century set the stage for the modern political landscape of Europe, marked by the rise of nation-states, the spread of democratic ideals, and the challenge of reconciling tradition with progress. Napoleon's legacy of reshaping national boundaries and political systems had irreversibly changed Europe, but the course of the century was also marked by the ideas of revolutionaries and reformers who sought to create a world where the power of the state was balanced with the rights and freedoms of the individual. The 19th century was a period of sweeping change in Europe, as nationalism emerged as one of the most powerful forces shaping the political landscape. The idea that the people who shared common linguistic, cultural, and historical ties should form a nation-state resonated deeply across the continent, leading to profound transformations. This era marked the beginning of the end for the old multi-ethnic empires, such as the Austrian Empire and the Ottoman Empire, and witnessed the rise of unified, powerful nation-states that would define Europe for the next century. Among the most significant and dramatic examples of this process were the unification movements in Italy and Germany, two of the most powerful expressions of nationalism in the 19th century. Both of these movements were shaped by the influence of earlier revolutionary ideals, the legacy of Napoleon's reforms, and the broader tides of nationalist sentiment sweeping across Europe. The unification of Italy and Germany in the second half of the 19th century was not a singular, linear process. It was characterized by complex political maneuvers, shifting alliances, and revolutionary uprisings, and it involved the efforts of key figures who shaped the destinies of their nations. But at its heart, it was about the aspiration of peoplehood, the idea that Italians and Germans, long fragmented into various states and principalities, shared a common identity and a right to form a unified nation-state. Italy, the Risorgimento and the birth of the Italian nation. Italy, long divided into a patchwork of small states and foreign-controlled territories, was one of the most fragmented regions of Europe in the early 19th century. Its history was marked by centuries of foreign domination and division, with regions under the control of the Austrians, Spanish, French, and the papacy. The Italian peninsula, as a whole, was not a unified political entity, and the cultural and linguistic ties that connected Italians were often overshadowed by regional differences and foreign rulers. The unification of Italy, known as the Risorgimento, meaning resurgence or revival, was a complex and multifaceted process that spanned much of the 19th century. It was driven by the growing influence of nationalist and liberal ideals, as well as the efforts of key individuals who would become the architects of Italian unification. These figures, including Giuseppe Mazzini, Count Camillo di Cavour, and Giuseppe Garibaldi, were united in their vision of an independent, united Italy, but their methods and ideologies differed. The early movements and Mazzini's vision. The roots of the Italian unification movement can be traced back to the early 19th century, when Giuseppe Mazzini, a passionate revolutionary and nationalist, founded the Young Italy movement in 1831. Mazzini envisioned Italy as a republic, united by its shared language, culture, and history. He was an ardent advocate for revolutionary action, and his call for Italian nationalism resonated with many who were dissatisfied with foreign rule and the status quo. His ideas inspired several uprisings throughout Italy in the 1830s and 1840s, but these early efforts were largely unsuccessful, as they were crushed by the combined forces of foreign powers and conservative monarchs. Mazzini's vision, however, laid the intellectual groundwork for the eventual unification of Italy. His belief in the power of the people, and his insistence on the importance of a republic in Italy, influenced later leaders and helped to keep the dream of Italian unity alive. Even after his early efforts were defeated, Mazzini's ideas continued to fuel the nationalist movement. Cavour and the political maneuvering. While Mazzini championed the idea of a republic in Italy, another key figure in the unification process, Count Camillo di Cavour, envisioned a constitutional monarchy as the ideal structure for a unified Italy. Cavour, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Sardinia-Piedmont, was a pragmatic and calculating politician. He believed that Italian unification could be achieved through diplomacy, strategic alliances, and military action rather than outright revolution. His goal was to unite the Italian states under the leadership of the House of Savoy and the Kingdom of Sardinia. Cavour's diplomatic acumen played a pivotal role in the unification of Italy. He skillfully aligned Sardinia-Piedmont with powerful European allies, most notably France under Napoleon III, in order to weaken the Austrians, who controlled much of northern Italy. In 1859, Cavour's diplomacy and the military victories of the Sardinian army, in collaboration with the French, led to the Second Italian War of Independence, which resulted in the cession of Lombardy to Sardinia. Garibaldi and the military campaign. While Cavour was negotiating behind the scenes, the military aspect of unification was being shaped by another key figure, Giuseppe Garibaldi. Garibaldi, a former revolutionary and soldier, was a popular hero who commanded the Redshirts, a volunteer army that was dedicated to the cause of Italian unification. His most famous achievement came in 1860, when he led a daring and successful military campaign in southern Italy. Garibaldi's Expedition of the Thousand, in which he and his followers captured the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies, was one of the most dramatic and romantic episodes in the history of Italian unification. Garibaldi's success was a turning point in the unification process. After his conquest of the southern Italian kingdom, he handed over control of the territories to King Victor Emmanuel II of Sardinia-Piedmont, despite his republican ideals. Garibaldi's selfless action helped to consolidate the various regions of Italy under a single crown. The final stages of unification. By 1861, the Kingdom of Italy was officially proclaimed, with Victor Emmanuel II as its first king. However, the unification process was not yet complete. The Papal States, under the control of the Pope, and the Venetian territories, held by the Austrians, were still outside the new Italian state. Over the next few years, these territories were gradually incorporated into the Kingdom of Italy, with the capture of Rome in 1870 marking the final stage of unification. Italy's unification was a remarkable achievement, but it was not without its challenges. The newly unified nation was politically and economically fragmented, and regional differences between the North and South persisted for decades. The monarchy struggled to establish political legitimacy, and the social unrest of the southern peasants continued to challenge the stability of the new Italian state. Nevertheless, the Risorgimento marked the birth of the modern Italian nation-state, and the dream of a united Italy had finally become a reality. Germany, the rise of the German Empire. While Italy was undergoing its own unification struggles, a similar process was unfolding in Germany, where the disparate German-speaking states were also divided into a patchwork of small kingdoms, duchies, and principalities. Like Italy, the German-speaking regions had a long history of division and foreign influence, but by the mid-19th century, a growing sense of German nationalism was beginning to unite the people. The unification of Germany, however, was driven by different forces and led by a different figure, Otto von Bismarck, the Prime Minister of Prussia. Bismarck was a brilliant strategist, and his method of unification was more pragmatic and militaristic than that of his Italian counterparts. Bismarck's vision for Germany was not just about cultural unity, but about creating a powerful, unified state that could challenge the dominance of Austria and France in European politics. Bismarck and the Realpolitik. Bismarck's approach to unification was based on the principles of Realpolitik, a political strategy that prioritized practical and strategic considerations over ideological concerns. Bismarck was willing to use war and diplomacy to achieve his goal of German unification. His first major success came in 1864, when Prussia, allied with Austria, defeated Denmark and gained control of the duchies of Schleswig and Holstein. However, Bismarck's true brilliance lay in his ability to manipulate the balance of power in Europe. In 1866, he engineered a conflict with Austria, known as the Austro-Prussian War. The quick and decisive Prussian victory over Austria allowed Prussia to dissolve the German Confederation and establish the North German Confederation, a union of northern German states under Prussian leadership. The Franco-Prussian War and the birth of the German Empire. Bismarck's final and most dramatic move came in 1870, when tensions between Prussia and France led to the Franco-Prussian War. Bismarck used diplomatic maneuvering to provoke France into declaring war on Prussia, and the resulting conflict united the northern German states and the southern German states, many of which had been hesitant to join the Prussian-led Union, against a common enemy. The Prussians defeated the French decisively, and in 1871, the German Empire was proclaimed in the Hall of Mirrors at the Palace of Versailles, with Kaiser Wilhelm I as its first emperor. The unification of Germany was complete, and Bismarck's vision of a powerful, centralized German state had come to fruition. The German Empire was now one of the most powerful nations in Europe, and the process of unification had fundamentally altered the balance of power on the continent. Germany's rise as a unified state would set the stage for the tensions and alliances that would define European politics in the decades to come. Conclusion: the New Europe. The unification of Italy and Germany was one of the most significant events in 19th-century European history. The spread of nationalism and the drive for self-determination created two powerful new nation-states that would go on to play pivotal roles in European and world history. These unifications marked the end of the old multi-ethnic empires and the rise of modern, centralized nation-states. For Italy, the Risorgimento represented the triumph of Italian identity, though the nation would continue to struggle with its political and economic divisions. For Germany, Bismarck's Realpolitik established a powerful empire that would have a profound impact on European politics, ultimately setting the stage for the complex dynamics of the 20th century. The success of these unifications was rooted in the deep cultural and linguistic ties of their peoples, and the 19th century witnessed the powerful resurgence of nationalism as a political force. The formation of Italy and Germany was not just the result of diplomatic and military skill. It was a reflection of the changing political landscape in Europe, where the concept of the nation-state would forever reshape the future of the continent. The Industrial Revolution, which began in the late 18th century and continued into the 19th century, was one of the most transformative periods in human history. It brought profound changes to nearly every aspect of life, particularly in Europe, where it fueled the rise of modern economies, the expansion of urban centers, and the reorganization of society. This era marked the transition from agrarian economies to industrial societies, and its effects would reverberate for generations, shaping the course of European and global history. The Industrial Revolution was not a singular event but rather a series of overlapping transformations in technology, labor, and culture. In its early stages, it was driven by innovations in machinery, manufacturing processes, and transportation, such as the invention of the steam engine and the mechanization of textile production. These technological advancements revolutionized the way goods were produced, leading to the growth of factories, the rise of capitalism, and the spread of industrialization throughout Europe. However, industrialization was not only an economic phenomenon, it was also a political and social one. It challenged traditional power structures, created new social classes, and dramatically changed the relationship between labor and capital. The effects of industrialization were felt in the factories, where workers endured long hours and harsh conditions, and in the cities, where overcrowding and pollution became serious problems. It also led to the rise of new political ideologies, such as socialism and liberalism, as people sought to respond to the inequalities and challenges created by industrial growth. The rise of industry and the shift to urbanization. At the heart of industrialization was the shift from rural to urban living, as people left the countryside in search of work in the growing factories of cities. This phenomenon, known as urbanization, was a defining feature of the Industrial Revolution and had lasting consequences for European societies. Cities like Manchester, Birmingham, London, and Paris rapidly expanded as industrial centers, drawing people from rural areas with the promise of steady wages, a new way of life, and opportunities for advancement. However, the rapid growth of cities also brought challenges. Overcrowding was a significant problem, as housing and infrastructure often failed to keep up with the influx of people. The working-class districts of major cities were frequently overcrowded, with families living in cramped, unsanitary conditions. Slums became a common feature of urban life, and the lack of proper sanitation, clean water, and waste management led to frequent outbreaks of disease. The rise of industrial towns also resulted in environmental degradation, as factories discharged pollutants into the air and waterways, creating health hazards for workers and residents alike. While industrialization brought economic opportunities, it also deepened social inequalities. The divide between the wealthy industrialists, or capitalists, and the working class, often referred to as the proletariat, became more pronounced. The capitalists, who owned the factories, mines, and railroads, accumulated vast wealth, while the workers endured long hours, low wages, and dangerous working conditions. This disparity between rich and poor was one of the central tensions of the industrial era and became a focal point for political and social reform movements. Technological innovations and the growth of industry. The technological innovations of the Industrial Revolution were central to the expansion of industrial production. Among the most important was the development of the steam engine, perfected by James Watt in the late 18th century. The steam engine revolutionized transportation and manufacturing by providing a reliable source of power that was not dependent on human or animal labor, water flow, or wind. It made possible the construction of railroads and steamships, which facilitated the movement of goods and people across vast distances, contributing to the expansion of domestic and international markets. The steam engine also played a critical role in the mechanization of industries such as textiles, coal mining, and iron production. Factory-based production, which replaced the older cottage industries, allowed for goods to be produced more efficiently and in larger quantities than ever before. The introduction of machines like the spinning jenny, power loom, and cotton gin in textile manufacturing drastically increased productivity and lowered costs, enabling the mass production of textiles and clothing. In addition to textiles, industries such as steel production, coal mining, and railroad construction flourished during the Industrial Revolution. The development of the Bessemer process for producing steel, for example, made it cheaper and easier to create stronger materials for use in construction and manufacturing. This fueled the expansion of railroads, which connected cities, ports, and regions, facilitating the movement of goods and people. The effects of these innovations were not confined to the economic realm. The expansion of industry also transformed society and culture. The rise of the factory system, for example, led to the division of labor, where workers were often assigned specific, repetitive tasks in large factories. This made work more efficient, but it also reduced the skill level required for many jobs, turning workers into interchangeable parts in the production process. The social impact, labor conditions, and the rise of the working class. The rapid growth of industrial cities and the factory system had a profound social impact, especially on the working class. The working conditions in the factories were often harsh, and workers, including women and children, were subjected to long hours, low wages, and dangerous conditions. Factory owners were primarily concerned with maximizing profits, and the welfare of workers was often disregarded. Children, in particular, were exploited as a source of cheap labor, often working in dangerous environments for extremely low pay. The industrial working class, known as the proletariat, became a new social group with its own distinct set of challenges. Factory workers had little control over their working hours or conditions, and many lived in poverty despite being employed. The rise of the proletariat also coincided with the growth of labor unions and workers' movements, which sought to improve working conditions, secure better wages, and advocate for workers' rights. Over time, these movements gained momentum, leading to significant social reforms in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. In addition to labor unions, the socialist movement grew as a response to the inequalities and injustices of industrial society. Social thinkers like Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels critiqued the capitalist system and called for a radical transformation of society. In their famous work, The Communist Manifesto, 1848, Marx and Engels argued that the working class, or proletariat, would eventually rise up and overthrow the bourgeoisie, the capitalist class, leading to a classless, stateless society based on the principles of socialism and communism. The rise of socialism was not just an intellectual movement, it also became a political force. Socialist parties and labor unions emerged across Europe, advocating for reforms such as universal suffrage, social welfare programs, and improved working conditions. In some countries, these movements would later evolve into major political parties, which played a significant role in shaping the policies of the 20th century. Political responses and the rise of social reform. As industrialization reshaped society, it also gave rise to new political ideologies and movements. The liberal movement, which had gained traction in the earlier part of the century, continued to push for political and economic reforms such as the expansion of suffrage, the promotion of individual rights, and the establishment of democratic institutions. In many European countries, liberals succeeded in securing constitutional monarchies, where the power of the monarch was limited by law, and representative governments were established. At the same time, the spread of industrialization and the rise of the working class led to the development of socialist and communist movements, as well as the labor movement. In countries like Britain, France, and Germany, political leaders began to respond to the demands of workers by enacting reforms aimed at improving labor conditions and reducing the worst excesses of industrial capitalism. These included laws regulating working hours, banning child labor, and establishing the first rudimentary social safety nets. One of the most significant reforms in response to industrialization came with the extension of suffrage to a broader portion of the population. In Britain, the Reform Acts of 1832, 1867, and 1884 gradually expanded voting rights to include more men, while in France, the Third Republic established universal male suffrage in 1848. These reforms were not just about political representation, they were also a response to the growing power of the working class, whose demands for political influence could no longer be ignored. The global impact of industrialization. While industrialization had its origins in Great Britain, it quickly spread to other parts of Europe and beyond. Countries like Germany, France, Belgium, and the United States adopted industrial techniques, and by the late 19th century, industrialization was transforming economies around the world. The demand for raw materials, particularly in the colonial territories of Africa, Asia, and Latin America, increased dramatically as European countries sought to fuel their growing industries. This laid the groundwork for the imperialistic expansion of European powers, as they sought new markets and resources to support their industrial economies. Industrialization also played a key role in the rise of global capitalism. The expansion of international trade, the development of new financial systems, and the creation of global networks of transportation and communication helped to integrate the world economy. As industrialized nations grew wealthier, they also became more politically and militarily powerful, leading to an era of imperial competition that would culminate in the outbreak of the First World War. Conclusion: the legacy of industrialization. The Industrial Revolution had a profound and lasting impact on Europe and the world. It transformed economies, societies, and cultures, reshaping the political landscape and creating new challenges and opportunities. While it led to economic growth and technological progress, it also created social inequalities, environmental degradation, and new political tensions. The legacy of industrialization would shape European history throughout the 20th century, influencing everything from the rise of modern capitalism to the development of socialist and communist ideologies, the spread of industrial technology, and the geopolitical competition that characterized the imperial age. The industrial era also marked the birth of the modern consumer society, where mass-produced goods became widely available, and new forms of communication, like the telegraph and telephone, revolutionized how people connected across distances. In many ways, the Industrial Revolution set the stage for the world we know today, one that is shaped by technological innovation, globalization, and the ongoing tension between economic progress and social justice. The second half of the 19th century and the early 20th century witnessed a dramatic and sweeping transformation in global politics: the rise of European imperialism. This era, often referred to as the Age of Imperialism, was marked by the intense expansion of European powers into Africa, Asia, and the Pacific, driven by a combination of economic ambitions, political motivations, and cultural ideologies. Imperialism would become one of the defining features of global history during this period, shaping international relations, cultures, and the lives of millions of people around the world. The imperialist drive was not a sudden or isolated phenomenon. It was the result of several factors, including the economic changes brought about by the Industrial Revolution, the rise of nationalism, the quest for new markets and resources, and a growing belief in the civilizing mission of European powers. By the end of the 19th century, nearly all of Africa and large parts of Asia had been colonized by European powers, while the Pacific Islands were carved up among them as well. The Industrial Revolution and economic drivers of imperialism. The roots of imperialism can be traced directly back to the profound economic changes that occurred during the Industrial Revolution. As European countries became increasingly industrialized, their economies grew rapidly, creating a demand for new raw materials, markets, and investment opportunities. The industrialized nations of Europe needed access to abundant sources of rubber, oil, minerals, and other resources that were not available in Europe. Furthermore, the rise of factory-based production created a need for export markets to sell the goods that were being produced in greater quantities than ever before. The vast colonial empires in Africa and Asia were seen as sources of both raw materials and markets for European goods. As the global economy became more interconnected, imperial powers sought to control these regions to ensure that they had access to the resources needed to fuel their own industrial machines and provide new outlets for their manufactured products. The scramble for Africa, in particular, was driven by the desire for access to Africa's vast resources, such as gold, diamonds, rubber, and ivory, as well as the quest to expand European markets and increase political influence. In addition to economic motivations, imperialism was also a response to internal pressures within European countries. With growing populations, industrialized economies, and rising competition among European states, colonizing foreign territories offered a way to alleviate domestic problems by providing new sources of wealth, prestige, and national power. The idea of nationalism intertwined with imperialism, as nations sought to assert their dominance on the global stage by expanding their territories. The Berlin Conference and the scramble for Africa. One of the most notable events that marked the height of European imperialism was the Berlin Conference of 1884 to 1885. Convened by the German Chancellor Otto von Bismarck, The conference was intended to regulate European colonization and trade in Africa, but it ultimately resulted in the carving up of the African continent among European powers without regard for the interests or rights of African peoples. At the time of the Berlin Conference, Africa was still largely unexplored by Europeans, with the exception of coastal areas that had been involved in trade for centuries. However, the industrialized powers of Europe were keenly aware of the continent's potential wealth in terms of resources and trade routes, and they were eager to stake their claims before other nations could do so. The Berlin Conference formalized the process of colonization by setting up guidelines for European powers to claim land in Africa, often disregarding existing ethnic, cultural, and political boundaries. By the end of the 19th century, virtually all of Africa was under European control, with only Ethiopia and Liberia remaining independent. The scramble for Africa had profound consequences for the continent. European colonizers imposed artificial borders that ignored the complex web of ethnic, linguistic, and political divisions that existed among African societies. The resulting system of colonial rule was often exploitative, with African peoples subjected to harsh labor conditions, economic extraction, and cultural suppression. Colonial powers sought to extract wealth from Africa through the exploitation of natural resources and the establishment of plantations and mines, which were worked by African laborers under brutal conditions. The creation of vast colonial empires also contributed to the development of global trade networks, as European powers sought to extract raw materials from Africa and other colonies to fuel their industrial economies. However, the benefits of imperialism were overwhelmingly concentrated in Europe, while the people in the colonies often saw little of the wealth generated by their labor and resources. Imperialism in Asia, British Raj and beyond. While Africa was the primary target of European imperialism, significant colonial territories were also established in Asia, particularly by Britain, France, and the Netherlands. The British Empire, the largest and most powerful of the imperialist nations, established British India as a crown colony following the Indian Rebellion of 1857, also known as the Sepoy Mutiny, marking the formal end of Mughal rule in the region. British India became the jewel in the crown of the British Empire, providing crucial resources such as cotton, opium, tea, and spices, while also serving as a large market for British manufactured goods. The British colonial government imposed systems of taxation, land ownership, and infrastructure development that benefited British interests, but often oppressed the local population. Indian peasants and workers were heavily taxed, and much of their agricultural production was directed toward export crops, rather than food for local consumption. The economic policies of the British in India left a legacy of poverty and inequality that would continue to haunt the country long after it gained independence in 1947. In Southeast Asia, the French established a colonial empire that included Indochina, modern-day Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos, while the Dutch controlled the Dutch East Indies, modern-day Indonesia. The French sought to extract natural resources from their colonies, particularly rubber, rice, and tin, while also attempting to spread French culture and Christianity. Like the British in India, the French and Dutch used harsh tactics to maintain control over their colonies and exploited local labor for economic gain. The ideology of the civilizing mission and the white man's burden. One of the most influential ideologies that justified European imperialism was the belief in the civilizing mission, the idea that European powers had a moral duty to bring civilization, Christianity, and modernity to the uncivilized peoples of Africa, Asia, and the Pacific. This belief was rooted in racial superiority and the conviction that European culture and governance were inherently more advanced than the traditions and systems of the colonized peoples. The concept of the white man's burden, popularized by the poet Rudyard Kipling, encapsulated this view. Kipling's 1899 poem urged the United States to take up the burden of empire and bring order and progress to the Philippines, which had recently been acquired by the United States after the Spanish-American War. The idea of the white man's burden provided a convenient rationale for the often brutal and exploitative practices of imperial powers, presenting colonialism as a benevolent endeavor rather than an act of domination and plunder. This paternalistic ideology also found expression in the missionary movements that spread across the colonized world. Christian missionaries, backed by European governments, sought to convert indigenous populations to Christianity, while also promoting Western values and culture. This process often involved undermining and replacing local customs, languages, and religious practices, leading to the cultural assimilation and marginalization of indigenous societies. The impact of imperialism on colonized peoples. While imperialism brought economic and political advantages to European powers, its effects on colonized peoples were often devastating. The colonizers imposed their systems of governance, education, and trade, which often disregarded or destroyed existing social, political, and cultural structures. Indigenous populations were subjected to forced labor, land dispossession, and discriminatory laws, leading to widespread resistance movements and uprisings. In India, for example, the Indian National Congress was founded in 1885 to advocate for Indian self-rule and the end of British colonial domination. Over time, the Congress grew in influence, and by the early 20th century, the demand for independence became a central political issue. Similarly, in Africa, various nationalist movements began to emerge as indigenous peoples resisted colonial rule and sought to reclaim their land and autonomy. European imperialism also laid the groundwork for racial hierarchies that continued to affect the post-colonial world long after independence was achieved. The legacy of imperialism in the colonies created deep divisions within societies, often between colonizers and the colonized, but also between different ethnic, religious, and social groups. The economic systems established by European powers left many colonies economically dependent on the imperial powers, with economies focused on the extraction of raw materials rather than the development of local industries. The end of imperialism, World War I, and the rise of nationalism. The age of imperialism began to unravel in the early 20th century, especially after World War I, 1914 to 1918. The war weakened the European powers economically and politically, and the Great Depression of the 1930s further strained their colonial empires. Meanwhile, nationalist movements in colonies around the world were gaining momentum, fueled by the idea of self-determination that had been popularized by U.S. President Woodrow Wilson and other leaders during and after the war. By the mid-20th century, many colonies in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East began to gain independence from European powers. The legacy of imperialism, however, left lasting scars on the world, with many former colonies struggling to overcome the challenges of economic underdevelopment, political instability, and social divisions created by colonial rule. The years leading up to World War I, 1914 to 1918, were marked by a complex web of political, economic, and social changes that set the stage for one of the most devastating conflicts in human history. The imperialist rivalries of European powers, along with the rise of nationalism, militarism, and alliances, created an atmosphere ripe for war. By the summer of 1914, tensions in Europe had reached a boiling point, and the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria-Hungary in Sarajevo acted as the spark that ignited a global conflagration. But the causes of the war were deeply rooted in the events and developments of the preceding decades. World War I, also known as the Great War, was the result of a combination of factors, including the long-standing tensions between the great powers of Europe, the military build-up that had taken place in the years leading up to the war, and the entangled system of alliances that had divided Europe into two opposing blocs. The conflict would not only reshape the European continent but would also have profound consequences for the global balance of power, the collapse of empires, and the emergence of new political ideologies. The growth of nationalism and imperial rivalries. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, nationalism, the belief in the supremacy of one's nation and the desire to protect its interests, became a powerful force in Europe. Nationalism contributed to a sense of competition between nations and heightened the desire for territorial expansion, leading to a more aggressive approach to foreign policy. Nationalism was particularly strong in countries like Germany, France, Italy, and Austria-Hungary, but it was also a growing force in the Balkans, where a mix of ethnic groups and competing national ambitions created a volatile political environment. In addition to nationalism, the imperial ambitions of European powers exacerbated tensions, especially as the competition for overseas colonies reached its peak. Germany, which had only been unified as a nation in 1871, felt increasingly threatened by the colonial empires of Britain and France. The Germans wanted their place in the sun, as they sought to expand their imperial holdings and assert themselves on the world stage. This desire for colonial expansion was particularly evident in Africa, where Germany competed with Britain and France for control of valuable territories. Meanwhile, France, having been humiliated by its defeat in the Franco-Prussian War, 1870–1871, was determined to regain its lost territories of Alsace and Lorraine and restore its prestige as a leading European power. The French also sought to protect their colonial empire in Africa, which brought them into direct competition with the Germans. France and Britain had already begun to align their interests in the late 19th century, forming a loose partnership that would eventually become part of the broader Entente Cordiale in the early 20th century. At the same time, Russia was seeking to assert its dominance in the Balkans, particularly in Serbia and Bosnia, as part of its ongoing struggle for access to warm water ports and influence in the region. The Ottoman Empire, which had been in decline for decades, was also a player in the region, as various Balkan states sought independence and expansion at the expense of the empire. Tensions between Russia and Austria-Hungary were particularly acute, as both nations sought to exert control over the Balkans. The rise of nationalism and imperial competition, combined with ongoing territorial disputes, created an environment where the possibility of war seemed ever more likely. The intricate system of alliances that developed during this time would also play a significant role in bringing Europe to the brink of conflict. The alliance system, a double-edged sword. By the early 20th century, Europe was divided into two main alliance blocs, the Triple Alliance and the Triple Entente. The Triple Alliance consisted of Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Italy. The alliance was originally formed in 1882 as a way for the three nations to counterbalance the growing power of France and the increasing influence of Russia. The Triple Alliance was primarily a defensive pact, designed to deter France from launching any military actions against Germany or Austria-Hungary. However, the alliance also served to bind the nations together, ensuring that if one of the powers were attacked, the others would come to its aid. Despite the alliance's defensive nature, the growing tensions in Europe meant that it became an increasingly important part of the geopolitical landscape. The Triple Entente, on the other hand, was an alliance between France, Russia, and Britain, formed in the years following the turn of the century. Unlike the Triple Alliance, the Triple Entente was not a formal military alliance, but rather a loose agreement between the three powers to counter the perceived threat of the growing German Empire. The relationship between France and Russia was solidified after the signing of the Franco-Russian alliance in 1894, and the Entente Cordiale between France and Britain in 1904 helped to resolve colonial disputes between the two countries. In 1907, Britain and Russia also reached an agreement, which led to the formation of the Triple Entente. The alliance system, while intended to maintain peace and stability in Europe, had the opposite effect. It created a situation in which any conflict between two countries could quickly escalate into a much broader war. This is exactly what happened in the summer of 1914, when the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand set off a chain reaction of events that would pull all of Europe, and eventually the rest of the world, into conflict. The assassination of Franz Ferdinand and the outbreak of war. The immediate cause of World War I was the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand, the heir to the Austrian throne, and his wife, Sophie, in Sarajevo, the capital of Bosnia-Herzegovina, on June 28, 1914. The assassin was a young Serbian nationalist named Gavrilo Princip, who was part of a group seeking to end Austrian rule in the Balkans and create a Greater Serbia. Austria-Hungary, with the support of Germany, saw the assassination as an opportunity to crush Serbian nationalism once and for all and strengthen its position in the region. Austria-Hungary issued an ultimatum to Serbia, demanding harsh measures, including the suppression of anti-Austrian propaganda and the punishment of those responsible for the assassination. Serbia, with the backing of Russia, refused to meet all the terms of the ultimatum. As a result, Austria-Hungary declared war on Serbia on July 28, 1914. The system of alliances quickly came into play. Russia, which had a long-standing alliance with Serbia, mobilized its army in defense of its Slavic ally. Germany, bound by its alliance with Austria-Hungary, declared war on Russia on August 1, 1914. France, allied with Russia, was drawn into the conflict when Germany declared war on France on August 3, 1914. Germany's plan to invade France involved marching through Belgium, which brought Britain into the war, as Britain had a treaty obligation to defend Belgium's neutrality. On August 4, 1914, Britain declared war on Germany, and within a matter of days Europe was plunged into the First World War. The nature of warfare: stalemate and trench warfare. The outbreak of World War I marked the beginning of a new era in warfare. The use of modern technology, including machine guns, artillery, tanks, and poison gas, transformed the battlefield. However, the war was also defined by stalemate and trench warfare, especially on the Western Front. The war became a protracted and horrific conflict, with soldiers facing constant danger from artillery barrages, disease, and the ever-present threat of death. The use of trenches, which stretched from the North Sea to the Swiss border, created a grinding, stalemated conflict that would last for 4 years and result in the loss of millions of lives. The global impact of the war. Although World War I began in Europe, it quickly spread to other parts of the world. European colonies in Africa, Asia, and the Pacific were drawn into the conflict, as the major powers sought to expand the war to their imperial holdings. The war also had a significant impact on the United States, which initially remained neutral but was eventually drawn into the conflict after German unrestricted submarine warfare and the interception of the Zimmermann telegram in 1917. The entry of the United States into the war provided a significant boost to the Allied powers and helped to tip the balance in their favor. Conclusion: the aftermath of the war and the shaping of the 20th century. World War I ended in 1918, with the signing of the Treaty of Versailles. The war had profound and lasting effects on Europe and the world. The Austro-Hungarian, Ottoman, Russian, and German empires were dismantled, and the world order was forever changed. The war also laid the groundwork for the rise of fascism, communism, and the conditions that would lead to World War II. The age of imperialism, the complex system of alliances, and the build-up of national and military rivalries all contributed to the outbreak of World War I. The conflict would forever change the global landscape and set the stage for the tumultuous decades to follow. The end of World War I in 1918 brought a conclusion to one of the deadliest and most destructive conflicts the world had ever seen, but it also set in motion a series of political, economic, and social changes that would shape the course of the 20th century. The Treaty of Versailles, signed in 1919, was intended to secure a lasting peace, but its provisions, along with the deep economic turmoil and political instability that followed, created a fertile ground for the rise of totalitarian regimes and the conditions that would ultimately lead to World War II. The war had left Europe shattered. Tens of millions of lives had been lost, cities and towns lay in ruins, and the economies of the major European powers were in disarray. Germany, in particular, was left devastated, both physically and economically, and the political landscape across the continent was unstable. The post-war settlement, embodied in the Treaty of Versailles, would reshape the map of Europe, but it also sowed the seeds of further conflict, as it failed to resolve the deep-rooted issues that had led to the war in the first place. The Treaty of Versailles, a harsh peace. The Treaty of Versailles was signed on June 28, 1919, exactly 5 years after the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand, the spark that had ignited the war. The treaty aimed to impose punishment on Germany and prevent another conflict, but the terms were harsh and far-reaching. The Big Four, David Lloyd George of Britain, Georges Clemenceau of France, Woodrow Wilson of the United States, and Vittorio Orlando of Italy, were the principal architects of the treaty. Each had different goals, and their disagreements shaped the final document. France, having suffered immense damage during the war, demanded severe reparations from Germany, as well as territorial concessions. Clemenceau's goal was to ensure that Germany could never again threaten France. France regained control of the Alsace-Lorraine region, which had been lost to Germany during the Franco-Prussian War of 1870–1871, and Germany was forced to disarm and accept blame for starting the war. Britain was concerned about ensuring the security of the British Empire and maintaining a balance of power in Europe. Lloyd George, while not as punitive as Clemenceau, still pushed for reparations and disarmament of Germany, although he was wary of crippling Germany entirely, fearing that it might lead to political instability in Europe and possibly push Germany towards communism. The United States, under President Woodrow Wilson, advocated for a more lenient peace, one that would address the underlying causes of the war. Wilson's 14 points, which emphasized principles like self-determination, free trade, and democratic governance, had initially been popular but were largely ignored in the final treaty. The U.S. Senate ultimately refused to ratify the Treaty of Versailles, and the United States would not formally join the League of Nations, which Wilson had championed as a means of preventing future conflicts. Italy, which had been promised territorial gains during the war, was disappointed with the treaty's terms. Despite having been on the winning side, Italy received relatively little in terms of territory or influence. This led to widespread dissatisfaction and political instability in the country. The Treaty of Versailles imposed several key provisions on Germany. War Guilt Clause, Article 231. Germany was forced to accept full responsibility for starting the war, a clause that many Germans saw as a humiliation and a deep injustice. Reparations. Germany was required to pay reparations to the Allies for the damage caused during the war. The amount was set at 132 billion gold marks, roughly $33 billion, an astronomical sum that would cripple the German economy for years to come. Territorial losses. Germany lost significant territory in Europe and its overseas colonies. The Saar Basin and Alsace-Lorraine were returned to France, and the Rhineland was demilitarized. Additionally, the provinces of Schleswig and Upper Silesia were handed over to Denmark and Poland, respectively. Military restrictions. Germany's military was severely restricted. The size of the army was limited to 100,000 men, and it was forbidden to maintain an air force, submarines, or tanks. The German navy was also restricted in size, and Germany was forbidden from reintroducing conscription. While the Treaty of Versailles was celebrated in some capitals, it created deep resentment in Germany. The country's economy, already strained by the war, was pushed to the brink by the harsh terms of the treaty. The Weimar Republic, established in Germany after the abdication of the Kaiser, faced enormous challenges in the wake of the treaty, and the resulting instability made it vulnerable to extremist political movements. The rise of extremism and totalitarian regimes. The economic turmoil and political instability caused by the war and the Treaty of Versailles provided fertile ground for the rise of extremist political movements in Europe. Germany, in particular, saw the emergence of radical ideologies and groups, most notably the Nazi Party under Adolf Hitler. But Germany was not the only country to experience such movements. Other nations across Europe also grappled with political extremism, including fascism in Italy and communism in Russia. Germany and the Nazi Party, the path to dictatorship. After the war, Germany experienced a period of hyperinflation, skyrocketing unemployment, and widespread discontent. The Weimar Republic, struggling with its legitimacy and mired in a financial crisis, was unable to address the needs of the population. Amid this turmoil, extremist groups, including the National Socialist German Workers' Party, commonly known as the Nazi Party, began to gain traction. Adolf Hitler, who had joined the Nazi Party in 1919, quickly rose to prominence through his powerful speeches and promise to restore Germany's pride. His ideas were based on an extreme form of nationalism, anti-Semitism, and anti-communism. Hitler and his supporters blamed the Weimar government for Germany's defeat in the war and for signing the Treaty of Versailles. He also sought to unite all Germans, particularly those in territories lost after the war, and sought to create a greater Germany by invading neighboring countries. By 1933, after years of political instability and economic crisis, Hitler was appointed Chancellor of Germany. He quickly moved to consolidate power, using the Reichstag fire as a pretext to eliminate political opposition, suppress civil liberties, and establish a totalitarian regime. The Nazi Party imposed strict control over the media, education, and all aspects of public life, creating a dictatorship based on totalitarian principles. The Nazis also pursued an aggressive foreign policy, seeking to overturn the Treaty of Versailles, rearm Germany, and expand its territory. This would eventually lead to the invasion of Poland in 1939, triggering the outbreak of World War II. Fascism in Italy, Mussolini's rise to power. Meanwhile, in Italy, the post-war years were marked by economic hardship, social unrest, and political instability. Benito Mussolini, who had originally been a socialist but later embraced nationalism, founded the Fascist Party in 1919. Mussolini's movement gained support from many Italians who were dissatisfied with the Treaty of Versailles and Italy's lack of territorial gains. Mussolini promised to restore Italy's greatness and revitalize its economy. In 1922, Mussolini and his black shirt followers marched on Rome, demanding that the king hand him power. Faced with the possibility of civil war, King Victor Emmanuel III appointed Mussolini as prime minister, marking the beginning of fascist rule in Italy. Mussolini consolidated power by eliminating political opposition, suppressing free speech, and instituting a totalitarian regime. Like Hitler, Mussolini's regime was characterized by a cult of personality, aggressive nationalism, and militarism. Mussolini's desire to restore the Roman Empire led him to pursue military expansion, particularly in Africa, where Italy invaded Ethiopia in 1935. The Soviet Union and the rise of communism. In the East, the Russian Revolution of 1917 had led to the overthrow of the Tsarist regime and the establishment of the first communist state under the leadership of Vladimir Lenin. After Lenin's death in 1924, Joseph Stalin emerged as the leader of the Soviet Union. Stalin implemented policies that included forced collectivization of agriculture, industrialization, and the purging of perceived political enemies. Stalin's rule marked the rise of totalitarianism in the Soviet Union, which would have a profound impact on global geopolitics. Conclusion: the legacy of World War I. The aftermath of World War I created conditions for the rise of totalitarian regimes in Europe and the Soviet Union, each driven by nationalist, fascist, or communist ideologies. The Treaty of Versailles failed to establish a lasting peace and instead fostered resentment and instability. The unresolved issues of the war, coupled with economic hardship and political extremism, set the stage for World War II. The interwar period was one of great upheaval and transformation, as new ideologies emerged, old empires collapsed, and new nations were born. The legacy of World War I would continue to shape global politics throughout the 20th century, leading to another catastrophic conflict, one that would ultimately change the world in ways that no one could have imagined in 1918. The rise of Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party in Germany is one of the most significant and tragic events of the 20th century. Hitler's ascent to power in the wake of World War I and the harsh conditions imposed on Germany by the Treaty of Versailles fundamentally altered the course of world history. His rise was not an isolated event, but rather a product of the political, social, and economic upheaval that gripped Germany and Europe in the years following the war. Hitler's ability to manipulate public opinion, his exploitation of national grievances, and his promise to restore Germany's former glory allowed him to take advantage of the volatile political environment, ultimately leading to the establishment of a totalitarian regime that would lead to World War II and the horrific events of the Holocaust. The political landscape of Weimar Germany. To understand Hitler's rise to power, it is essential to consider the political context of Weimar Germany. After Germany's defeat in World War I, the monarchy was overthrown, and the Weimar Republic was established in 1919. However, the new republic faced immediate challenges. The Treaty of Versailles had imposed severe penalties on Germany, including territorial losses, disarmament, and substantial reparations. The war guilt clause humiliated many Germans, who viewed it as an unjust punishment that did not reflect their nation's role in the war. This national humiliation was compounded by severe economic instability. Germany experienced hyperinflation in the early 1920s, with the value of the German mark plummeting. The Great Depression of the early 1930s further exacerbated the situation, leading to massive unemployment and widespread poverty. By 1932, unemployment had reached 6 million, and many Germans were desperate for change. Politically, the Weimar Republic was weak. The government was divided between numerous factions, including liberals, socialists, and conservatives, all of whom struggled to find common ground. The Communist Party and the Nationalist Party both sought to exploit the instability for their own agendas, often resorting to violence and intimidation. It was in this volatile environment that the Nazi Party, or National Socialist German Workers' Party, NSDP, began to gain traction. The Nazis, led by Adolf Hitler, capitalized on the widespread resentment toward the Weimar government, the Treaty of Versailles, and the economic collapse. Their platform offered a clear, albeit radical, vision for the future: nationalism, anti-Semitism, and anti-communism, which resonated with many Germans who felt abandoned by their government and humiliated by foreign powers. Adolf Hitler, the leader of the Nazis. Adolf Hitler was born in Braunau am Inn, Austria, in 1889, and moved to Germany in 1913. Hitler's early life was marked by a sense of failure and disillusionment. He failed to gain acceptance into art school, and during World War I, he served as a soldier on the front lines, where he was wounded twice. The war's end, however, left him deeply embittered. Like many Germans, Hitler viewed the Treaty of Versailles as a betrayal, and he became increasingly nationalistic and radicalized. Hitler joined the NSDP in 1919, and his oratorical skills and charismatic leadership quickly made him the focal point of the party. He was a master of propaganda, using speeches, pamphlets, and rallies to stir up emotions and rally the masses around the idea of a new Germany, a Germany that would reclaim its former greatness and restore its honor. Hitler's powerful speeches, often filled with hatred and venom, blamed Germany's problems on a variety of scapegoats, most notably Jews, communists, and the Weimar government. One of Hitler's key beliefs was that Germany's defeat in World War I had been a betrayal, orchestrated by Jewish elites and Marxists. This idea became central to Nazi ideology, and Hitler sought to unify Germans around the idea of reclaiming their country's greatness through nationalism, militarism, and racism. In 1923, Hitler attempted to seize power through an armed coup, known as the Beer Hall Putsch in Munich. The coup failed, and Hitler was arrested and sentenced to prison. While in prison, he wrote Mein Kampf, a book in which he outlined his views on German nationalism, anti-Semitism, and his vision for the future of Germany. He argued that Germans were part of a superior race, the Aryan race, and that the Jewish people were a threat to the nation's survival. His ideas of Lebensraum, living space, called for the expansion of Germany into Eastern Europe to provide land and resources for the German people. After serving only 9 months of his prison sentence, Hitler was released, and he immediately set about rebuilding the Nazi Party. The party began to gain support among the German public, particularly as the country's economic situation worsened in the early 1930s. The Nazi Party gains popularity. The Great Depression of the early 1930s was a pivotal moment for the Nazi Party. The economic crisis led to widespread unemployment and social unrest, and the Weimar government was unable to provide effective solutions. The Nazis, with their promise of revitalizing the economy, reversing the Treaty of Versailles, and restoring national pride, gained increasing popularity among the German people. Hitler's message resonated particularly with the middle class, working-class Germans, and veterans who were disillusioned with the Weimar Republic and the existing political parties. In the 1932 elections, the Nazis became the largest party in the Reichstag, Germany's parliament. However, they did not have an absolute majority, and their position was still fragile. In an attempt to stabilize the political situation, President Paul von Hindenburg appointed Hitler as Chancellor of Germany on January 30, 1933. The establishment of a totalitarian state. Once in power, Hitler wasted no time in consolidating his authority and eliminating political opposition. On February 27, 1933, the Reichstag fire broke out, which Hitler used as a pretext to push through the Reichstag fire decree, which suspended civil liberties and allowed for the arrest of political opponents. The Nazis targeted communists, socialists, and any group or individual that posed a threat to their control. The Enabling Act, passed in March 1933, gave Hitler the power to enact laws without the Reichstag's approval, effectively giving him dictatorial powers. Over the next few years, the Nazis eliminated all political opposition and established a totalitarian regime. They created a massive police state through organizations like the Gestapo, secret police, and the SS, Schutzstaffel, which were responsible for silencing dissent and enforcing Nazi ideology. Hitler's government also sought to control every aspect of German life. The Nazis used propaganda to promote their ideas and glorify Hitler as the savior of Germany. They established a cult of personality around Hitler, portraying him as the Führer, or leader, who embodied the will of the German people. The Nazi regime also sought to indoctrinate the youth through organizations like the Hitler Youth, which promoted Nazi ideals and prepared boys for military service. Aggressive expansionism and the road to World War II. Hitler's foreign policy was driven by his desire to reclaim lost territories and to secure Lebensraum for the growing German population. He began by violating the terms of the Treaty of Versailles, rearming Germany, and rebuilding the military. In 1936, Germany reoccupied the Rhineland, a demilitarized zone under the treaty's terms. The international community, still reeling from the effects of the Great Depression, did nothing to stop Hitler's expansion. In 1938, Hitler annexed Austria in the Anschluss and demanded the Sudetenland, a region of Czechoslovakia inhabited by ethnic Germans. The Munich Agreement, signed by Britain, France, Germany, and Italy, allowed Hitler to annex the Sudetenland in exchange for a promise of no further territorial expansion. This policy of appeasement was based on the hope that satisfying Hitler's demands would prevent another war. But Hitler's ambitions were not so easily satisfied. In 1939, Hitler's invasion of Poland marked the beginning of World War II. The invasion triggered a declaration of war by Britain and France, and the world was plunged into a devastating conflict that would last for 6 years and cost the lives of tens of millions of people. Conclusion: the legacy of Hitler and the Nazi regime. Adolf Hitler's rise to power and the establishment of the Nazi regime in Germany had catastrophic consequences, not only for Germany but for the entire world. The policies of aggressive nationalism, racism, and militarism led to the outbreak of World War II, and the Nazis' genocidal campaign against Jews and other minority groups resulted in the Holocaust, one of the most horrific events in human history. Hitler's ability to exploit the economic, political, and social conditions of post-World War I Germany allowed him to manipulate the masses and rise to power. His reign was a period of extreme brutality, but it also represented the dangerous power of totalitarianism and the consequences of appeasing expansionist regimes. The world would not fully understand the depths of the Nazi regime's depravity until the end of the war, but by then, the damage had already been done. The year 1939 marked the beginning of a new and far more devastating global conflict. What had once seemed a distant possibility now became an undeniable reality. The world was plunged into the chaos of World War II. The root cause of the conflict lay in the aggressive expansionist policies of Nazi Germany, led by Adolf Hitler, whose ambitions had already reshaped much of Europe. With the invasion of Poland on September 1, 1939, Hitler set in motion the devastating chain of events that would engulf the world for nearly 6 years. The invasion of Poland, which was simultaneously a military blitzkrieg and a test of the Nazi Party's ambitions, heralded the start of a new era in warfare. It marked the beginning of an unprecedented global struggle between the Axis powers, Germany, Italy, and Japan, and the Allied powers, chiefly Great Britain, France, and later, the Soviet Union and the United States. The decisions made in the opening months of the war would set the tone for the conflict that followed, while the horrors of war, genocide, and devastation would be unlike anything the world had seen before. The invasion of Poland. The invasion of Poland was not a spontaneous act of aggression but the culmination of years of Nazi preparation. Hitler had long been planning to expand Germany's territory, and the acquisition of Poland was central to his strategy. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, signed in August 1939 between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union, ensured that Germany could invade Poland without facing a two-front war. The pact contained a secret protocol that divided Eastern Europe into spheres of influence, with Poland being split between Germany and the Soviet Union. The Blitzkrieg, or lightning war, strategy was employed by the German military to overwhelm and quickly defeat Poland. Using a combination of fast-moving tanks, air support, and infantry, Germany swiftly invaded Poland from the west. The Polish army, poorly equipped and unable to match the speed and power of the German assault, was quickly overwhelmed. Meanwhile, on September 17, 1939, the Soviet Union, in accordance with the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, invaded Poland from the east. The Polish forces, trapped between two hostile powers, were unable to mount any significant resistance. Within weeks, Warsaw, the capital of Poland, fell, and the country was divided between the Germans and Soviets. This rapid and brutal invasion shocked the world. The Blitzkrieg was an effective tactic, and the scale of the German victory left the world in disbelief. The invasion of Poland had profound implications, not just for the country itself, but for the international community. Britain and France, bound by treaty to defend Poland, declared war on Germany on September 3, 1939. Thus, the conflict that would engulf the world began in earnest. The Phony War, a period of inaction. Despite the declarations of war by Britain and France, the months following the invasion of Poland were marked by relative inaction. This period, known as the Phony War or Sitzkrieg, was characterized by few major military operations on the Western Front. Both sides were engaged in defensive posturing, with little combat taking place between the Western Allies and Germany. The British and French forces, though mobilized, were cautious, partly due to the memories of the horrors of World War I. They were also hampered by poor coordination and inadequate military strategies for countering the German threat. Meanwhile, Hitler used this time to consolidate his gains in Poland and prepare for future offensives. Despite the lack of immediate action on the Western Front, the Germans were far from idle. They focused on securing their conquests and preparing for the next phase of the war. The fall of France and the German offensive in the West. In the spring of 1940, Hitler turned his attention westward. The initial phase of the war in Poland had been a decisive victory, but Germany's ultimate goal was to dominate all of Europe. France, with its powerful military and long-standing rivalry with Germany, was the next target. Hitler knew that in order to secure German dominance, he had to break France's defenses and neutralize the threat from the west. The Germans launched their attack on France on May 10, 1940, in a campaign that would become one of the most remarkable and shocking military triumphs in history. Instead of attacking the heavily fortified Maginot Line along the French-German border, the German army adopted a daring strategy. They launched a massive invasion through Belgium and the Ardennes Forest, areas the French had considered impassable for a modern army. This unexpected maneuver, combined with the speed of the Blitzkrieg, overwhelmed the French defenses. The Germans rapidly advanced through Belgium, bypassing the Maginot Line entirely, and by May 14, 1940, they had reached the English Channel. In just 6 weeks, the German forces had effectively defeated the French military. The French government, unable to cope with the collapse of their defenses, sought an armistice with Germany. Paris fell on June 14, 1940, and on June 22, the French signed an armistice, leading to the occupation of much of the country. The success of the German invasion shocked the world. France had been considered one of the most powerful military forces in Europe, yet it had been defeated in a matter of weeks. The German army's innovative tactics, combined with the element of surprise, had proven devastatingly effective. The Battle of Britain, the struggle for the skies. With France defeated, Germany turned its attention to Britain. Hitler's plan was to destroy Britain's ability to resist by crippling its Royal Air Force, RAF, and then launching an invasion across the English Channel. What followed was the Battle of Britain, a fierce aerial conflict that would determine whether Britain could survive the war. The German strategy, known as Operation Sea Lion, relied on the complete destruction of the RAF, so that Germany could safely land its forces in Britain. Beginning in July 1940, the Luftwaffe, the German Air Force, began bombing British airfields, radar stations, and cities. The Germans hoped to break British morale and force the British to negotiate peace. However, the RAF, though outnumbered, fought back with incredible bravery, utilizing advanced radar technology and innovative tactics. The Battle of Britain lasted from July to October 1940 and became the first major military campaign fought entirely in the air. Despite the bombing raids, the Germans were unable to achieve air superiority, and the invasion was delayed indefinitely. Britain's victory in the Battle of Britain marked a significant turning point in the war. It was the first major defeat for Hitler's forces and showed the world that Germany could be stopped. The expansion of the Axis powers. Meanwhile, the Axis powers, Germany, Italy, and Japan, continued their expansion in different parts of the world. Italy, under the fascist dictator Benito Mussolini, joined the war on the side of the Germans in June 1940, hoping to gain territory in Africa and the Mediterranean. The Italians invaded France's colonies in North Africa, but their military campaign was largely ineffective, and it was the German forces that came to their aid in the subsequent months. In the Pacific, Japan, motivated by its imperial ambitions and a desire for access to resources, had already begun its own expansion by invading China in the 1930s. By 1941, Japan had signed the Tripartite Pact with Germany and Italy, cementing its role in the Axis alliance. Japan's expansion in the Pacific would soon lead to a direct confrontation with the United States. The world turns to war. By the end of 1940, the world was in a state of turmoil. The early stages of World War II had been marked by rapid military campaigns, startling victories for Germany, and the beginning of a new form of warfare that would reshape the global balance of power. The Battle of Britain marked a critical moment in the war, and though Britain had held out, the Nazis were far from defeated. Meanwhile, the Axis powers' military expansion continued unabated, setting the stage for the next phase of the war, which would involve the United States and the Soviet Union, both of whom would soon become key players in the conflict. Conclusion: the early days of World War II. The first year of World War II demonstrated the effectiveness of Germany's blitzkrieg tactics and the speed at which the Axis powers could conquer territory. However, it also revealed the limits of Nazi ambitions. Britain's defiance, despite the fall of France, and the failure of Germany to achieve air superiority over Britain, showed that the war was far from over. The early stages of the war were a time of dramatic shifts in power, but they also highlighted the ability of nations to resist and fight back. The war was not just a battle of armies, but of ideologies, fascism and totalitarianism against democracy and the will to survive. As the conflict escalated and more countries were drawn in, the shape of the war would evolve, with far-reaching consequences for Europe and the world at large. On June 22, 1941, one of the most fateful and disastrous military campaigns in history was set into motion. In a calculated move that would forever alter the course of World War II, Nazi Germany launched Operation Barbarossa, a massive invasion of the Soviet Union. This unprecedented assault marked the beginning of a brutal and bitter struggle on the Eastern Front, a theater of war that would stretch from the Baltic Sea in the north to the Caucasus in the south. The invasion would prove to be the largest military operation in history, involving millions of soldiers, vast mechanized armies, and horrifying brutality on both sides. The attack on the Soviet Union was part of Adolf Hitler's long-term plans for territorial expansion and his belief in the superiority of the Aryan race. It also reflected his ideological commitment to Lebensraum, the notion that Germany needed to secure living space in the East to accommodate its growing population and ensure its dominance in Europe. This campaign was not only about territorial conquest but also about the destruction of the Soviet state and the extermination of Bolshevism. However, while Hitler and his generals were confident of a quick victory, they had underestimated the sheer scale of the Soviet Union and the resolve of its people. What began as a bold and ambitious offensive would soon turn into one of the most devastating and protracted conflicts of the war, resulting in millions of casualties and reshaping the outcome of the entire conflict. The strategic aims of Operation Barbarossa. The strategy behind Operation Barbarossa was shaped by a combination of Nazi ideology, military ambition, and strategic calculations. Hitler believed that the Soviet Union, led by Joseph Stalin, was a weak, decaying state ripe for collapse. He envisioned a swift victory in the East, one that would cripple Soviet power and open the door to an expansion of Nazi influence across Europe and beyond. The invasion plan was enormous in scope. Hitler divided the offensive into three main thrusts. Army Group North was tasked with advancing toward the Soviet capital of Leningrad, modern-day St. Petersburg, in the north, with the goal of securing the Baltic states and northern Russia. Army Group Center would advance through Belarus and Ukraine, targeting the Soviet heartland and the major cities of Moscow and Kiev. This was considered the decisive axis of attack, as capturing Moscow, the political and administrative center of the Soviet Union, would likely cripple the Soviet government and morale. Army Group South was to strike into southern Ukraine, aiming to capture the vital agricultural areas and oil-rich regions of the Caucasus. Hitler believed that securing the resources of this region would significantly weaken the Soviet Union and bolster Germany's war economy. The ultimate goal of the operation was not just to defeat the Soviet military but to destroy Soviet society itself. The Nazi ideology called for the annihilation of communism and the slaughter of Jews, Slavs, and other groups deemed undesirable. The operation was as much a racial war as it was a military one, with the SS and Einsatzgruppen, mobile death squads, tasked with carrying out the systematic genocide that would become known as the Holocaust. The initial successes of the German invasion. The invasion of the Soviet Union began with a staggering force. On June 22, 1941, more than 3 million German soldiers, supported by tanks, artillery, and aircraft, launched an assault along a 2,900-kilometer front. The Germans were met with initial Soviet resistance, but it was overwhelmed by the sheer speed and intensity of the blitzkrieg. The Soviet forces, despite their large numbers, were poorly prepared for such a rapid and overwhelming attack. In the first few weeks, German forces made significant gains. Army Group North captured the Baltic states, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, with little resistance. In the center, Army Group Center advanced through Belarus and captured Smolensk by August 16, effectively cutting off Soviet forces in the west. Meanwhile, in the south, Army Group South rapidly advanced into Ukraine and besieged the city of Kiev. The speed of the German advance was unprecedented. Within the first few months of the invasion, the Germans had captured hundreds of thousands of Soviet prisoners, and vast areas of Soviet territory were occupied. Soviet forces were in disarray, with many units retreating or simply surrendering without a fight. The Red Army was caught off guard and struggled to mount an effective counteroffensive. The initial success of Operation Barbarossa gave Hitler and his generals a sense of confidence. It seemed that victory was within reach, and many German soldiers believed that the Soviet Union would collapse under the weight of the German onslaught. However, despite the impressive initial gains, several factors would soon begin to unravel the German war effort. The Soviet response, mobilization and counterattacks. While the Germans had achieved early victories, they had underestimated the resilience of the Soviet state and the determination of the Soviet people. In the aftermath of the initial invasion, Stalin took several decisive steps to bolster Soviet defenses. He ordered the mass mobilization of Soviet industry and manpower, moving critical factories beyond the reach of German troops and accelerating the production of weapons, ammunition, and supplies. Soviet forces also began to regroup and prepare for a long-term defense. The Soviet Red Army, though initially disorganized and overwhelmed, began to adopt new tactics and strategies. By the fall of 1941, Soviet troops were entrenched in defensive positions, and the Germans found themselves bogged down in fierce urban battles, such as the Siege of Kiev, where the Germans suffered heavy casualties. One of the most significant turning points in the battle was the Soviet defense of Moscow. Hitler's original plan called for a quick thrust toward the Soviet capital, but the German army encountered fierce resistance as they approached the city. The onset of winter, combined with logistical difficulties, slowed the German advance. Soviet forces, under the leadership of General Georgy Zhukov, launched a counteroffensive in early December 1941 that pushed the Germans back from the outskirts of Moscow and forced them to retreat. The failure to capture Moscow was a catastrophic blow to Nazi Germany's plans. The loss of momentum and the failure to achieve a quick victory shattered the German confidence and marked a significant shift in the war. Operation Barbarossa had failed to deliver the decisive blow Hitler had hoped for, and the Soviet Union had proven to be a much more formidable adversary than the Nazis had anticipated. The harsh realities of the Eastern Front. The Eastern Front was unlike any other theater of World War II. The war between Germany and the Soviet Union was marked by its extreme brutality, and it became a war of attrition that devastated both sides. The Blitzkrieg had relied on speed and surprise, but in the vast expanse of the Soviet Union, the Germans were stretched thin. The endless distances, combined with harsh weather conditions, logistical problems, and the growing strength of the Soviet resistance, made victory increasingly elusive. The war on the Eastern Front was also characterized by its inhumanity. The Germans conducted widespread atrocities against the civilian population, including mass executions, forced labor, and the destruction of entire cities. The SS and Einsatzgruppen were tasked with rounding up Jews, communists, and other groups deemed undesirable, leading to the deaths of millions. Meanwhile, the Soviet Union, despite its initial setbacks, fought back with increasing determination. Soviet civilians, many of whom were driven from their homes, fought alongside the Red Army in a bitter and desperate struggle to protect their country. The siege of Leningrad, which lasted from September 1941 to January 1944, was one of the most harrowing chapters of the war, with over 1 million civilians perishing from starvation and bombardment. The turning point, the Battle of Stalingrad. The failure of Operation Barbarossa and the eventual Soviet counteroffensives led to a series of important battles that would turn the tide of the war on the Eastern Front. The Battle of Stalingrad, fought from August 1942 to February 1943, became a defining moment in the conflict. The German Sixth Army, under General Friedrich Paulus, was encircled by Soviet forces and forced to surrender, marking the first major defeat for the German military in the war. The loss of Stalingrad was a devastating blow to Hitler's war effort, and it marked the beginning of a long retreat for the German forces on the Eastern Front. Conclusion: the legacy of Operation Barbarossa. Operation Barbarossa remains one of the most ambitious, catastrophic, and decisive campaigns in military history. Initially a stunning success for Nazi Germany, it ultimately became a massive failure that altered the course of World War II. The invasion of the Soviet Union set the stage for a protracted and brutal conflict that would result in millions of casualties and reshape the global balance of power. The German failure in the East forced Adolf Hitler to fight a two-front war for the first time in history, and it opened the door for the Soviet Union to become one of the key Allied powers, ultimately driving the Germans back and contributing to their defeat in 1945. The consequences of Operation Barbarossa were felt not only in the Soviet Union but throughout the world, as it set the stage for a long, devastating struggle that would change the course of history. The year 1942 was one of the most pivotal in the course of World War II, particularly on the Eastern Front, where the clash between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union was reaching a brutal and decisive crescendo. The Germans, having suffered setbacks in their invasion of the Soviet Union, sought to regain the initiative with a series of new offensives. One such offensive, aimed at the strategic city of Stalingrad, would prove to be a catastrophic failure for Nazi Germany, marking a turning point in the war that would ultimately lead to the collapse of the Third Reich. The Battle of Stalingrad, which raged from August 1942 to February 1943, was not just a battle for a city, it became a symbol of resistance, a test of endurance, and one of the most brutal confrontations in the history of warfare. It was here that the Soviet Union would make its stand, and through a combination of resourcefulness, determination, and strategic brilliance, the Red Army would achieve victory, encircling and eventually destroying the German Sixth Army, considered one of the most formidable fighting forces in Europe. The strategic importance of Stalingrad. The city of Stalingrad, located on the banks of the Volga River in southern Russia, was of immense strategic importance. From a military standpoint, the city was a key transportation hub for the Soviet Union, linking oil-rich regions in the Caucasus to the rest of the Soviet Union. The Germans, having failed to achieve a decisive victory in the early stages of the invasion of the Soviet Union, sought to capture the city in order to secure their hold on southern Russia, disrupt Soviet logistics, and gain control of the critical oil fields of Baku and Maykup. The city's symbolic value was also immense. Stalingrad, named after Joseph Stalin, represented the heart of Soviet industrial might and resolve. Capturing the city would not only serve to demoralize the Soviet population but would also be a major propaganda victory for Nazi Germany. For Adolf Hitler, the conquest of Stalingrad became a matter of personal pride and obsession. He ordered his forces to capture the city at any cost, refusing to allow any possibility of retreat. The failure to capture Stalingrad would, in many ways, signal the beginning of the end for Nazi Germany. The German Sixth Army, commanded by General Friedrich Paulus, was tasked with the mission of taking Stalingrad. The Germans approached the city in the summer of 1942, confident of their superiority and the rapid success of their blitzkrieg tactics. However, they were unprepared for the fierce Soviet resistance that awaited them. The battle begins, August 1942. The Germans launched their assault on Stalingrad in late August 1942, sending their forces across the Don River and surrounding the city. As the battle began, German Luftwaffe bombers rained destruction upon the city, attempting to flatten it and break the Soviet will. The bombing campaign was intended to demoralize the civilian population and prepare the way for a rapid German advance. The city was nearly destroyed by the relentless aerial bombardment, but the Soviet defenders, led by General Vasily Chukov, held their ground. The Soviets were prepared for a long and grueling battle and had already begun to fortify their positions in the city. Stalingrad was not a conventional battlefield. It was urban warfare at its most intense. The Germans found themselves fighting street by street, house by house, and even room by room. The Soviet defenders had adopted a scorched earth policy, destroying their own infrastructure to deny the Germans any advantage. The Red Army transformed the ruined city into a massive fortress, where every building became a stronghold, every alleyway a potential battleground. The Germans quickly realized that they were facing far more resistance than they had anticipated. The Soviet soldiers, many of whom were battle-hardened from earlier engagements, fought tenaciously. The harsh urban combat, combined with the sweltering summer heat, made the fighting conditions unbearable. Yet, the Germans advanced, pushing toward the city center. In the meantime, Soviet civilians continued to work alongside the soldiers, many of them performing vital support tasks, including constructing defensive positions and providing food and supplies to the front lines. The city's civilian population was determined to resist the German advance, and their defiance became a critical component of the Soviet war effort. Hitler's obsession with Stalingrad. As the battle raged on through the fall of 1942, Hitler's obsession with Stalingrad grew stronger. He insisted that the city must be taken at all costs, even though the Germans were beginning to suffer significant losses. Despite the warnings from his generals, who believed that the battle for Stalingrad was becoming a drain on their resources and manpower, Hitler refused to consider a retreat. In his view, the capture of Stalingrad was essential not only for strategic reasons but also to strike a blow to Soviet morale and solidify Nazi dominance in the East. General Paulus, the commander of the German Sixth Army, found himself caught between the demands of his Führer and the harsh realities of the battlefield. His forces were bogged down in intense fighting, and supplies were running low. But Hitler's orders were clear: there was no room for retreat. The Soviet counteroffensive, Operation Uranus. As the Germans pressed deeper into Stalingrad, the Soviet High Command, under Stalin's direction, had been planning a counteroffensive. Operation Uranus, launched on November 19, 1942, was a bold and daring strategy designed to encircle and destroy the German Sixth Army. The Soviets recognized that the Germans were stretched thin, with their forces focused on fighting in the city itself and securing the surrounding areas. The Soviet plan called for a two-pronged assault. One attack would come from the north, through the Don River region, and another from the south, targeting the German flank. The Red Army took advantage of the fact that the Germans had left their positions vulnerable to an encirclement. The Soviet forces struck with incredible speed, using their superior knowledge of the terrain and the element of surprise to great effect. By November 23, the two Soviet forces met at the town of Kalach, cutting off the German Sixth Army from supplies and reinforcements. The Germans, trapped in a massive pocket with no way to escape, were now in an untenable position. The encirclement of Stalingrad marked a significant turning point in the battle, and the fate of the German Sixth Army was sealed. The desperate German defense. Once encircled, the German forces in Stalingrad found themselves in a desperate struggle for survival. The Soviet siege of the German forces intensified, and the conditions inside the encirclement grew increasingly dire. Supplies were severely limited, and the German soldiers were forced to rely on scant rations and meager resources. Winter set in, and the freezing temperatures only added to the misery of the trapped Germans. Despite Hitler's orders to hold the city at all costs, the situation became increasingly hopeless. General Paulus, who had been promoted to field marshal in an attempt to inspire his troops to fight harder, was forced to surrender on January 31, 1943. The German Sixth Army, once considered one of the most formidable fighting forces in Europe, was destroyed. More than 250,000 German soldiers were either killed, captured, or wounded during the battle, and those who survived were taken prisoner by the Soviets. The aftermath of Stalingrad. The surrender at Stalingrad was a devastating blow to Nazi Germany. The loss of the Sixth Army and the failure of Operation Blue, the overall German offensive in southern Russia, marked the beginning of a major shift in the war. The Soviet victory at Stalingrad proved to be the first significant defeat for Nazi Germany in the war, and it had profound strategic and psychological consequences. For the Soviet Union, the victory at Stalingrad was a turning point that boosted Soviet morale and marked the beginning of a successful counteroffensive that would eventually drive the Germans back to Berlin. For Germany, the loss of Stalingrad represented the collapse of Hitler's dreams of a quick victory in the East. From this point onward, the Germans would be on the defensive in the Soviet Union, and the tide of war had permanently shifted. The legacy of Stalingrad. The Battle of Stalingrad remains one of the most iconic battles of World War II and one of the deadliest in history. The battle not only altered the course of the war but also reshaped the post-war world. Stalingrad symbolized the resilience of the Soviet Union, the brutality of the Eastern Front, and the devastating cost of war. The victory at Stalingrad was a turning point that demonstrated the growing strength of the Soviet military and the determination of the Soviet people to resist Nazi tyranny. For the German forces, the defeat at Stalingrad marked the beginning of a long retreat that would eventually end in total defeat. Hitler's insistence on continuing the fight, despite the overwhelming odds, led to the destruction of one of Germany's most elite armies and revealed the true cost of Nazi aggression. The battle, and the events that followed, left a profound impact on the soldiers who fought in it and the civilians caught in its wake. The human cost of the battle was staggering, with estimates of total casualties, both military and civilian, ranging between 1.2 million to 2 million. It became a symbol of suffering and endurance, a reminder of the terrible consequences of totalitarian ambition and unchecked militarism. The legacy of Stalingrad is not just in the tactics or strategies employed during the battle, but in the collective memory of the Soviet Union and the world. It marked the beginning of the end for Nazi Germany and signaled the eventual defeat of fascism in Europe. The battle remains a powerful reminder of the resilience of the human spirit in the face of overwhelming odds. The year 1944 marked a decisive chapter in the history of World War II, particularly in the battle for the liberation of Western Europe from Nazi occupation. After years of brutal warfare on the Eastern Front and in the Mediterranean, the Allied powers, led by the United States, the United Kingdom, and Canada, set their sights on liberating France and pushing the Nazis out of occupied Europe. The operation that would eventually lead to the liberation of Western Europe was codenamed Operation Overlord, but it is better known to the world as D-Day. The invasion of Normandy, France, on June 6, 1944, was a colossal military undertaking, combining amphibious landings, airborne assaults, and massive aerial bombardment. It was the largest invasion force ever assembled, a force that would eventually bring about the collapse of Nazi Germany and change the course of the war. D-Day was a turning point that marked the beginning of the end for the Third Reich and heralded the final liberation of Europe from its Nazi oppressors. The road to D-Day, strategic planning and preparation. By 1944, the war in Europe had reached a critical juncture. The Soviet Union was advancing relentlessly on the Eastern Front, having secured decisive victories at places like Stalingrad and Kursk. In the south, the Allied invasion of Italy had broken the Axis grip on the Mediterranean, but the key to defeating Nazi Germany lay in the opening of a second front in Western Europe. The question was not if this invasion would take place, but when and how it would be executed. The Allied leaders, Franklin D. Roosevelt, Winston Churchill, and Charles de Gaulle, had agreed that the time had come to strike the Nazis in their heartland, and the location chosen for this monumental operation was the northern coast of France. This decision was based on a combination of strategic and logistical factors. France was heavily occupied by the Germans, and liberating it would open the way for further advances into Germany and the heart of Nazi-controlled Europe. It would also relieve pressure on the Soviets, who were bearing the brunt of the fighting on the Eastern Front. But launching such an invasion was no easy feat. The Germans had fortified the French coastline, particularly in Normandy, with a network of defensive positions known as the Atlantic Wall. These defenses consisted of bunkers, anti-tank obstacles, barbed wire, and minefields, and they stretched along the entire coast from the Spanish border in the south to the Norwegian Sea in the north. The Nazi leadership, particularly Adolf Hitler, was confident that any invasion of France would be repelled. He believed that the Allies would be deterred by the formidable German defenses, making the task of planning a successful invasion all the more difficult. In the months leading up to D-Day, the Allied command undertook an extensive preparation campaign. The operation was given the codename Overlord, and the invasion force was assembled in secret. It would involve 156,000 soldiers, including American, British, Canadian, and other Allied troops. The Allies faced a monumental logistical challenge, moving such a vast army across the English Channel, securing a foothold in France, and holding that position long enough to build up reinforcements and supplies. To maintain secrecy, the Allies conducted a massive deception campaign to mislead the Germans about the timing and location of the invasion. The Operation Fortitude plan included the creation of a fake army under the command of General George Patton, which was stationed in southeastern England to suggest that the main invasion would take place in Pas-de-Calais, the shortest crossing point from England to France. Meanwhile, the true invasion force was concentrated further to the west, in preparation for landings in Normandy. The invasion, June 6, 1944. The invasion began at dawn on June 6, 1944, a day that would come to be known as D-Day. It was the culmination of years of planning, deception, and preparation. The operation was launched under the command of General Dwight D. Eisenhower, the supreme commander of the Allied Expeditionary Force, with the support of commanders such as General Bernard Montgomery and General Omar Bradley. The Allied forces would land on 5 beaches: Utah, Omaha, Gold, Juno, and Sword, each assigned to different units of American, British, and Canadian forces. The initial phase of the invasion began with a massive aerial bombardment aimed at softening up the German defenses along the beaches. Hundreds of bombers and fighter planes flew over the landing zones, dropping bombs on enemy positions and attempting to neutralize German artillery. However, despite the intense bombing, many of the German positions remained intact, and the defenders were ready for the invasion. As the first waves of Allied troops landed on the beaches, they were met with fierce resistance. The German forces, commanded by Field Marshal Erwin Rommel, had fortified their positions and were prepared to fight to the death. On Utah Beach, the Americans faced relatively light resistance, and they were able to secure a foothold quickly. However, on Omaha Beach, one of the most heavily defended landing zones, the fighting was brutal. Waves of American troops were met with machine gun fire, artillery shells, and land mines. The American forces suffered heavy casualties as they struggled to push inland. The British and Canadian forces faced challenges of their own. On Gold Beach, British troops encountered stiff opposition, though they were able to make steady progress. On Juno Beach, the Canadian forces faced similarly intense resistance but eventually pushed forward, securing their objectives. Sword Beach, the easternmost landing zone, was the site of fierce fighting as British forces moved inland. Airborne assaults, the paratroopers' role. In addition to the amphibious landings, a key component of the invasion was the airborne assault carried out by paratroopers. On the night before D-Day, thousands of American, British, and Canadian paratroopers were dropped behind enemy lines in order to disrupt German defenses, capture vital bridges, and secure key terrain before the main landings. The 101st Airborne Division, the 82nd Airborne Division, and the British 6th Airborne Division played pivotal roles in this aspect of the operation. The airborne landings were chaotic, with many paratroopers scattered far from their intended drop zones. Despite the confusion and the challenges of navigating enemy territory, the paratroopers succeeded in capturing several key objectives, including the vital Pegasus Bridge and key roadways. They provided invaluable support to the land forces by tying down German reserves and preventing them from reinforcing the beachhead. The struggle for Normandy, the first weeks of the battle. By the end of D-Day, the Allies had achieved a foothold in Normandy, but the battle was far from over. Over the next several weeks, the Allies faced fierce resistance as they attempted to push inland. The German forces, under the command of Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt, launched multiple counterattacks, but they were hampered by supply shortages, poor communication, and the increasingly overwhelming Allied presence in France. The fighting in Normandy was brutal, as German forces fought tenaciously to slow the Allied advance. The Allies, meanwhile, faced their own logistical challenges. Supply lines were stretched thin, and the Germans continued to mount counterattacks, trying to push the invaders back into the sea. However, the Allied forces had several advantages. They had secured vital ports, including Cherbourg, which allowed them to bring in reinforcements and supplies. They also had air superiority, which allowed them to conduct air strikes on German positions and disrupt their movements. Over time, the Allies were able to break through the German defenses, capturing key cities such as Caen, Saint-Lô, and Corentin. By July 25, the Allies launched Operation Cobra, a massive offensive aimed at breaking through the German defenses in central Normandy. The offensive was successful, and the Allies were able to advance rapidly, trapping tens of thousands of German soldiers in the Falaise pocket. This marked the end of the German resistance in Normandy, and secured the Allied position in France. The liberation of France, and the push toward Germany. Following the victory in Normandy, the Allies began their rapid advance through France, liberating towns and cities along the way. The liberation of Paris on August 25, 1944, was a particularly symbolic moment, as it marked the end of more than 4 years of Nazi occupation. The Free French forces, led by Charles de Gaulle, played a key role in the liberation of the French capital, with the support of American and British troops. By the fall of 1944, the Allies had liberated much of France and were advancing toward the German border. The Nazis, already weakened by the defeats in Normandy and Italy, were in full retreat, but the battle was far from over. The Allies still had to confront the full might of Nazi Germany in its homeland. As the summer of 1944 gave way to autumn, the momentum of the Allied invasion of Normandy seemed unstoppable. The fierce battles of D-Day and the weeks that followed had shattered the German defenses in Normandy, opening the way for the Allies to begin a rapid advance across France. But even as Paris lay in the distance, the fighting was far from over. The Germans were not simply going to relinquish their control over Europe without putting up a fierce struggle. But for the Allies, the liberation of Paris, both a symbol of resistance and an operational necessity, was a critical objective, one that would mark the beginning of the end for the Nazis. With the success of Operation Overlord in Normandy and the subsequent collapse of the German defenses, The Allied forces, now unified under the leadership of General Dwight D. Eisenhower, turned their attention to liberating Paris. The stakes were higher than ever, not just a military goal, but a symbol of freedom for a world struggling under the tyranny of fascism. The Parisian resistance and the German occupation. During the Nazi occupation of France, Paris had become both the political and symbolic heart of the Nazi regime in Western Europe. The German military command, led by Nazi officers such as General Dietrich von Choltitz, had made the French capital a key stronghold. The German occupation brought immense suffering to the population, but it also birthed a strong resistance movement within the city and across France. The French resistance, a broad coalition of groups opposed to Nazi control, carried out sabotage, gathered intelligence, and undermined the Germans at every turn. Among them were patriots, communists, royalists, and even former members of the Free French forces led by General Charles de Gaulle, all united by the singular aim of expelling the Nazis from their homeland. By the summer of 1944, the resistance in Paris had become more than just a collection of covert groups. It had evolved into a coordinated and increasingly bold force, operating inside the city and ready to take action when the moment came. As the Allied forces neared, the resistance would play a pivotal role in the eventual liberation of Paris. They knew that the arrival of the Allied army was imminent, and they hoped to coordinate the liberation from within, even as the German command scrambled to maintain control. In the days before the Allied liberation, the Free French forces under General de Gaulle had been preparing for a possible battle. The Germans, for their part, had already begun to anticipate the end of their time in Paris. With the Allied forces closing in, the German high command in Paris became divided. Adolf Hitler, as was often his way, insisted on holding Paris at all costs. But the reality of the situation made it increasingly clear to the German officers on the ground that such a stance would be difficult, if not impossible, to maintain. The battle for Paris, a city on the brink. As the Allied forces pushed rapidly eastward through France, the city of Paris began to witness the stirring of an uprising. The French resistance, aided by the Free French forces and with the support of local Parisians, began an armed rebellion against the German occupiers, seizing key positions and launching attacks on the German soldiers who remained in the city. By August 19, 1944, street fighting had broken out in Paris. Barricades appeared in the streets, and the resistance fighters began to challenge the occupying forces. The German response was swift and brutal, but the resistance, which had been building in strength for years, was able to coordinate their attacks and hold on. But while the resistance fought in the streets, Allied forces, specifically the American 4th Infantry Division, were pushing closer and closer to the outskirts of Paris. The French capital was in turmoil as the Nazi garrison and the resistance prepared for what could be a decisive confrontation. It was August 23, 1944, when the Allied forces, under the command of General George Patton, who had commanded the breakthrough in Normandy, finally reached the outskirts of Paris. General Patton had originally intended to bypass the city, focusing on pushing the Germans back and advancing deeper into France. However, due to the sudden rebellion of the Parisian population and the intervention of General de Gaulle, who had urged that Paris be liberated as quickly as possible, the decision was made to change the course of action. The German surrender of Paris, a key turning point. One of the most critical moments in the liberation of Paris came on August 25, 1944. The German commander in Paris, General Dietrich von Choltitz, was under direct orders from Hitler to defend the city at all costs. However, after days of fighting and realizing that the situation was hopeless, von Choltitz made the decision to surrender. It is still debated as to whether von Choltitz had his own motives for sparing the city, or if he was simply acting to preserve the lives of the civilians, but on this day, the German garrison in Paris officially capitulated. The fall of Paris was an immense victory for the Allied forces, and it was a defining moment in the Second World War. For the people of Paris, it meant the end of over 4 years of Nazi oppression. For the Allied forces, it was a significant strategic victory that not only freed a major European capital, but also paved the way for the liberation of the rest of France. But even as Paris was liberated, the war was far from over. The Nazi regime still held sway over much of Europe, and the road to Berlin, the heart of the Nazi Empire, was long and treacherous. The question was not if the Allies would defeat the Nazis, but when, and at what cost. The road to Berlin, the push eastward. In the aftermath of the liberation of Paris, the Allies turned their focus to the next phase of the war. While the Soviets continued to push westward from the east, the Western Allies, the Americans, British, and Canadians, advanced eastward from France. But the push into Germany itself would be a different kind of challenge. Adolf Hitler still controlled a significant portion of Germany, and the Nazi war machine was not yet broken. Despite mounting defeats, Hitler remained defiant. The Battle of the Bulge, a last stand in the West. In December 1944, the Germans launched one of their last major offensives in the West, known as the Battle of the Bulge. This massive surprise attack was aimed at splitting the Allied lines in Belgium and driving the Allies back. However, despite initial German successes, the Allies held their ground and, within weeks, were able to push the Germans back. The Battle of the Bulge represented a final, desperate German effort to slow the Allied advance, but the overwhelming force of the Allies would soon prove too much for the Nazis to overcome. The fall of Nazi Germany. By the spring of 1945, the situation was clear: the Nazi regime was in its death throes. The Allied forces, having pushed into Germany from both the east and west, were closing in on Berlin. In April, the Soviets reached the outskirts of the capital, while the American and British forces continued their advance from the west. Hitler, holed up in his bunker beneath the Reich Chancellery, refused to surrender. On April 30, 1945, with his defeat imminent, Adolf Hitler took his own life, ending his role in the war. The next day, Berlin fell to the Soviets. On May 7, 1945, the German High Command formally surrendered to the Allies, bringing an end to the war in Europe. Victory in Europe was declared on May 8, 1945, known as V-Day. By the spring of 1945, the end of World War II in Europe was drawing near, but the final act of this devastating conflict would be marked by the bloody and brutal Battle of Berlin, the last great clash between the Allied forces and the Nazi regime. The defeat of Nazi Germany seemed inevitable, but the Nazis, led by their fanatical leader Adolf Hitler, were determined to fight to the bitter end, even as the Third Reich crumbled from within. Berlin, the heart of the Nazi Empire, would be the stage for the final showdown, a city that had witnessed the rise of the Nazis and would now bear witness to their fall. The battle for Berlin would be one of the most devastating urban battles in history. It would mark not only the physical destruction of the German capital, but also the symbolic end of the Nazi regime that had plunged the world into chaos and bloodshed. But the fall of Berlin was also a moment of triumph for the Allied powers, especially the Soviet Union, whose forces would lead the final charge into the heart of Hitler's Germany. The situation in early 1945, the collapse of the Third Reich. By early 1945, the war had turned decisively against the Nazi regime. The Allied forces were advancing on Germany from the west, while the Soviet Red Army was closing in from the east. Adolf Hitler, isolated in his bunker beneath the Reich Chancellery in Berlin, was unable to reverse the tide. The Allied advance was overwhelming, and the Nazi war machine was on the brink of collapse. Cities across Germany had already fallen to the Allies, and Berlin, the capital of the Third Reich, was now surrounded by Soviet forces. The Red Army had been advancing relentlessly toward Berlin ever since the successful conclusion of their offensives on the Eastern Front in 1944, culminating in the Vistula-Oder offensive in January 1945, which brought Soviet forces to the gates of the city. Meanwhile, the Western Allies, having successfully crossed the Rhine River and penetrated deep into Germany, were moving eastward toward Berlin, but it was clear that the Soviets would take the lead in the final assault on the German capital. The decision to defend Berlin, Hitler's final gamble. As Soviet forces drew closer, Adolf Hitler, in his usual defiance of reality, refused to abandon the city. He ordered that Berlin be defended at all costs, determined that the Germans would make a stand against the overwhelming forces of the Allies. His orders to defend the city came despite the fact that many of his senior commanders, including the top generals of the Wehrmacht, had realized that the battle for Berlin was futile. The situation was dire. The German military was exhausted, demoralized, and faced with shortages of both troops and supplies. Hitler's command to defend Berlin, however, would result in even more bloodshed. The Wehrmacht was now supplemented by a hastily assembled group of soldiers, many of whom were barely trained and equipped. These included Hitler Youth members, old men from the Volkssturm, the Nazi People's Militia, and SS units, many of whom had been demoralized by previous defeats. Despite this, Hitler remained obsessed with the idea of a final victory, convinced that his army could hold off the Soviets long enough to gain some kind of advantage, even as the world around him collapsed. Hitler's refusal to allow any chance of a negotiated surrender meant that the fall of Berlin would be a fight to the death, a confrontation that would take a horrific toll on both the defenders and the civilians who remained trapped in the city. The Soviet approach, Operation Berlin. The Soviet plan to take Berlin was called Operation Berlin, a decisive assault led by the Red Army under the command of Marshal Georgy Zhukov and Marshal Ivan Konev. The Soviet forces, numbering around 2.5 million men, were bolstered by thousands of artillery pieces, tanks, and aircraft. These forces were prepared to launch a full-scale siege on the city, supported by massive artillery bombardments, airstrikes, and infantry assaults. The Soviets were determined to capture the city before the Western Allies could reach it, and they also hoped that the fall of Berlin would mark the symbolic end of Nazi rule and the collapse of the Third Reich. The Soviet offensive began on April 16, 1945, with an overwhelming artillery barrage. Over 1,500 Soviet artillery pieces opened fire on the German positions around Berlin, followed by waves of Soviet infantry and tanks. The Red Army quickly advanced through the outer defenses of the city, overwhelming the Wehrmacht and the SS units that had been tasked with defending the city. As the Soviet forces encircled Berlin, they encountered stiff resistance, particularly from the fanatical Nazi defenders who refused to surrender. The Germans fought desperately, but they were no match for the overwhelming Soviet numbers and firepower. Meanwhile, Adolf Hitler, still holed up in his bunker, refused to accept the reality of defeat. He issued increasingly delusional orders, even as the situation grew more hopeless. Despite his orders to hold the city, the Nazi defense was crumbling. Soviet forces closed in on the heart of Berlin, and the final assault on the Reichstag, Hitler's parliamentary building, was imminent. The final assault, the Battle for Berlin. The Battle for Berlin was brutal, as Soviet forces fought street by street, house by house, and block by block to break through the last lines of defense. The Red Army launched a series of coordinated attacks on key positions, with Soviet infantry advancing under heavy fire from German snipers, machine guns, and artillery. The German defenders fought ferociously, but they were outgunned and outnumbered. One of the fiercest points of resistance came at the Reichstag, a symbol of the Nazi regime's power. The Soviet Third Shock Army, under the command of General Vasily Chukov, launched an assault on the Reichstag on April 30, 1945, the same day that Adolf Hitler committed suicide in his bunker. The Soviet assault was aided by the use of flamethrowers, tank support, and overwhelming artillery, but it would take several more days of grueling urban combat before the building was finally captured on May 2, 1945. As the Soviet forces continued their advance, they encountered pockets of Nazi resistance, but the writing was on the wall. The Nazi regime had collapsed. The final days of the Battle for Berlin were marked by widespread destruction and loss of life, as civilians who had remained in the city were caught in the crossfire between the Red Army and the German defenders. The death of Hitler, the end of the Nazi regime. As the Red Army closed in on the heart of the Reich Chancellery complex, Adolf Hitler took his own life on April 30, 1945, along with his wife, Eva Braun, in the underground bunker beneath the Reich Chancellery. Hitler's death marked the end of an era. The dictator's obsession with the idea of an apocalyptic victory had led to the destruction of Germany and the death of millions. In the days that followed, other high-ranking Nazi officials, including Joseph Goebbels, the Nazi propaganda minister, and his wife, Magda, also committed suicide, leaving behind a legacy of horror and betrayal. The remaining Nazi leadership, particularly those in Berlin, had little hope of survival. In the final days, many sought to flee the city, but few would escape the clutches of the advancing Soviet forces. As the Second World War came to its long-awaited conclusion in May 1945, Europe was left in ruins. The war had shattered the political landscape, claiming the lives of millions and leaving a continent in despair. The German capital, Berlin, lay in smoldering ruins. The once mighty Third Reich was no more, and the Axis powers had been decisively defeated. However, as the victors, mainly the Allied forces, began to establish control over the Nazi heartland, the question arose: what would the world look like in the aftermath of this unprecedented conflict? What would happen to the broken nations, and most importantly, how would the war's atrocities be dealt with? The answers to these questions would unfold in the Allied occupation of Germany, the Nuremberg trials, and the early stages of the Cold War, the ideological battle between the United States and the Soviet Union that would dominate global affairs for the next several decades. The occupation of Germany, dividing the spoils. The Allied occupation of Germany began almost immediately after the fall of Berlin, but it was clear from the outset that Germany's future would be a matter of careful negotiation between the Allied powers. The United States, the Soviet Union, Britain, and France, the four major victorious powers, had already agreed upon how to divide Germany into 4 occupation zones at the Yalta Conference in February 1945. The idea was to ensure that Germany, which had instigated the war, would never be able to wage another conflict. Each of the 4 allies would administer a portion of Germany and have a say in the country's future. The capital, Berlin, would similarly be divided into 4 sectors, even though it was located deep within the Soviet-controlled zone. Germany was formally dismantled by the Allies. In the immediate aftermath of the war, the country faced extreme conditions. It was devastated physically, its cities destroyed, its infrastructure crippled, and its economy in ruins. The Allies also initiated a process of denazification, aiming to remove Nazi ideology from all aspects of German life. The Nuremberg laws, which had institutionalized anti-Semitism and racial purity, were officially abolished, and former Nazi leaders were purged from positions of power in government and industry. In the years that followed, the Allied powers focused on rebuilding Germany, but their efforts were shaped by differing ideologies, which would soon lead to the division of the country into 2 separate states. The Soviet Union sought to create a communist government in its occupied zone, while the United States, Britain, and France supported the establishment of a democratic government in their respective zones. By 1949, these tensions between the Soviets and the Western Allies culminated in the creation of 2 separate German states, the Federal Republic of Germany, West Germany, which was aligned with the West, and the German Democratic Republic, East Germany, which became a satellite state of the Soviet Union. The division of Germany would remain a defining feature of the Cold War for the next 4 decades. The Nuremberg trials, justice for the victims. While the occupation of Germany was underway, the Allied powers also faced the daunting task of seeking justice for the atrocities committed during the war. The most significant effort to hold Nazi leaders accountable for their war crimes was the Nuremberg trials, which began in November 1945 and continued into 1946. The Nuremberg trials were a landmark series of military tribunals held in the city of Nuremberg, Germany, the site of major Nazi rallies before and during the war. The trials were organized by the 4 Allied powers to prosecute the top leaders of the Nazi regime for crimes against humanity, war crimes, and genocide. The trials aimed not only to punish those responsible for the atrocities but also to set a precedent for how the international community would address war crimes in the future. The most prominent figures tried at Nuremberg included high-ranking officials from the Nazi government, the military, and the SS, such as Hermann Göring, the head of the Luftwaffe and second-in-command to Hitler; Rudolf Hess, Hitler's deputy; Albert Speer, the Nazi Minister of Armaments; Wilhelm Keitel, the chief of the Oberkommando der Wehrmacht, German High Command. Many of these individuals were found guilty of war crimes and crimes against humanity. The trials, however, were not without controversy. The defense of many of the accused centered on the idea of just following orders. But the tribunal rejected this defense, establishing the principle of individual responsibility for war crimes. Some accused the trials of being victor's justice, as they were conducted by the Allies, but they nonetheless set an important precedent for international law and laid the groundwork for future war crime tribunals. In total, 24 leading Nazis were indicted, and 12 were executed by hanging, including Göring, who committed suicide the night before his scheduled execution. Other defendants were sentenced to prison terms, and some were acquitted, but the Nuremberg trials became a symbol of the world's commitment to bringing justice to the perpetrators of war crimes. More trials would follow in the coming years, including those for the atrocities committed in Japan during the war. The Cold War begins, tensions between East and West. The aftermath of World War II also set the stage for the emergence of two superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union, which would dominate global politics for much of the 20th century. With the defeat of Nazi Germany, both countries had emerged as the principal victors of the war, but their ideological differences, capitalism versus communism, soon became apparent. The Cold War was a period of intense rivalry and conflict between the United States and the Soviet Union that lasted from the end of World War II in 1945 until the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991. The Cold War was characterized by nuclear arms races, proxy wars, espionage, and a constant struggle for influence around the world. The Berlin blockade of 1948 to 1949 was one of the first major crises of the Cold War. When the Soviets blocked access to West Berlin in an attempt to force the Allies to abandon the city, the United States and its allies responded with a massive airlift to supply West Berlin with food, fuel, and other necessities. The Berlin airlift lasted nearly a year and was a defining moment in the Cold War, symbolizing the West's commitment to containing Soviet expansion and supporting the people of Berlin. In the following years, the tensions between the United States and the Soviet Union would manifest in a series of confrontations, both political and military. The Cold War saw the division of Europe into two hostile blocs, the formation of military alliances such as NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization, by the United States and its allies, and the Warsaw Pact by the Soviet Union and its satellite states. The ideological battle would also be fought in Asia, with the Korean War, 1950 to 1953, the Vietnam War, 1955 to 1975, and other regional conflicts becoming arenas for superpower rivalry. The reconstruction of Europe, the Marshall Plan. As Europe struggled to recover from the devastation of World War II, the United States launched a massive economic aid program known as the Marshall Plan in 1948. Named after George C. Marshall, the U.S. Secretary of State, the Marshall Plan was designed to provide financial assistance to war-torn European countries, rebuild their economies, and prevent the spread of communism. Over the next 4 years, the United States provided more than $13 billion, equivalent to over $130 billion today, to Western European nations, helping them recover and rebuild. The Marshall Plan was a key element in the reconstruction of Europe and in the creation of the European Economic Community, EEC, which later evolved into the European Union, EU. At the same time, the Soviet Union rejected the plan for Eastern Europe, opting to tighten its control over its satellite states, further cementing the division of the continent. The fall of Berlin, the end of Nazi Germany. By May 2, 1945, Berlin had fallen to the Soviet forces, and with it, the heart of the Third Reich. The collapse of Berlin marked the official end of the Nazi regime and signaled the imminent conclusion of World War II in Europe. The Allies, already poised to celebrate victory, would now turn their attention to the occupation and rebuilding of Germany. In the aftermath of the cataclysmic events of World War II, the need for a new international framework to ensure peace and security in the world became apparent. The League of Nations, created after World War I, had failed to prevent the rise of fascism, the spread of totalitarianism, and the outbreak of a second global conflict. As the war ended, the Allied powers, those nations that had fought against the Axis powers, were determined to create an organization that would not only prevent future wars but also promote cooperation between nations in every aspect of human life. Thus, in 1945, the foundation of the United Nations (UN) was laid, marking a new chapter in international relations. The goal was clear: to avoid another devastating war, to ensure the protection of human rights, and to foster a world order based on the principles of justice, equality, and mutual cooperation. The need for a new world organization, a response to the failures of the League of Nations. After the devastation of World War II, the international community recognized that it needed a robust institution to maintain peace and facilitate cooperation between nations. The League of Nations, established in 1920 under the Treaty of Versailles, had proven ineffective in preventing the rise of militaristic regimes in Germany, Italy, and Japan, and it had failed to address the underlying causes of global conflict. As the war came to an end, the Allied powers, particularly the United States, the Soviet Union, Britain, and China, recognized that the creation of a new organization was vital. This organization would be designed to address not only military conflicts but also issues like poverty, economic instability, human rights, and social injustice. At the Yalta Conference in February 1945, President Franklin D. Roosevelt, Prime Minister Winston Churchill, and Soviet Premier Joseph Stalin agreed that the establishment of a new international organization would be the best way to maintain peace and promote cooperation in the post-war world. The San Francisco Conference, held in April-May 1945, would formalize these discussions and lead to the creation of the United Nations. The formation of the United Nations, the Charter, and the establishment of key institutions. The creation of the United Nations was a direct response to the lessons learned from World War II. Representatives from 50 nations met in San Francisco in April 1945 to draft the Charter of the United Nations, a document that would define the organization's mission, structure, and responsibilities. The Charter was based on the principles of the Atlantic Charter, which had been outlined by Roosevelt and Churchill in 1941. This document emphasized the importance of self-determination for nations, economic cooperation, social progress, and the protection of human rights. It also underscored the idea that peace could only be maintained through international cooperation and mutual respect for the sovereignty of nations. The United Nations (UN) officially came into being on October 24, 1945, after the Charter was ratified by the 5 permanent members of the Security Council: the United States, the Soviet Union, Britain, France, and China, along with a majority of the other member states. October 24 was designated as United Nations Day and has since been celebrated every year. The UN Charter outlined the creation of several key institutions to help maintain international peace and security, promote social and economic development, and uphold human rights. The most important of these institutions were the General Assembly. This is the main deliberative body of the UN, where all member states are represented. Each country, regardless of size or power, has one vote, ensuring equal representation. The General Assembly serves as a forum for discussion, cooperation, and the adoption of resolutions. The Security Council, charged with maintaining international peace and security. The Security Council is made up of 15 members. There are 5 permanent members: the United States, the Soviet Union, later Russia, Britain, France, and China, each with veto power, and 10 elected members who serve for 2-year terms. The permanent members, known as the P5, hold significant power, especially because they can veto decisions of the Council. The International Court of Justice, ICJ, located in The Hague. The ICJ is the principal judicial organ of the UN. Its role is to settle legal disputes between states and give advisory opinions on legal questions referred to it by the UN or other authorized organizations. The Secretariat. The UN Secretariat is responsible for carrying out the day-to-day work of the organization. It is led by the Secretary General, who is appointed by the General Assembly on the recommendation of the Security Council. The Secretariat oversees the implementation of the UN's programs and policies. Specialized agencies and programs. The UN also established a number of specialized agencies to deal with specific global issues, such as the World Health Organization, WHO, the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, the International Labour Organization, ILO, and the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO. These agencies were designed to address global challenges in areas like health, education, labor, and human rights. The goals of the United Nations: preventing future wars and promoting global cooperation. The primary goals of the United Nations as outlined in its charter were: to maintain international peace and security. The UN was tasked with preventing the outbreak of new wars and resolving international conflicts through diplomacy and cooperation. This goal would become a central focus of the Security Council and the larger UN framework. To promote human rights and social justice, the UN sought to advance the protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms for all people, regardless of race, gender, or nationality. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted by the General Assembly in 1948, became a key milestone in this effort. To foster economic and social development, the UN aimed to promote the well-being of people worldwide by tackling issues like poverty, hunger, and inequality. The UN Development Programme, UNDP, launched in 1965, played a significant role in providing financial and technical assistance to developing countries. To promote international cooperation, the UN was founded on the principle that nations could achieve more through cooperation than through conflict. The UN encouraged global partnerships in areas like trade, education, health, and environmental protection. To protect the environment and promote sustainability, in the 1970s and beyond, the UN began to place increasing emphasis on the protection of the environment and sustainable development. The creation of programs like the UN Environment Programme, UNEP, in 1972 reflected this growing awareness of the need for global environmental stewardship. The challenges facing the United Nations in the early years. While the creation of the United Nations was hailed as a triumph of diplomacy, its early years were marked by challenges that would test its ability to fulfill its ambitious goals. The most significant challenge was the onset of the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union. The rivalry between the two superpowers soon spilled over into the UN, with the Security Council often deadlocked due to the veto power held by the 5 permanent members. Many issues, including Soviet expansionism, the Korean War, and the Cuban Missile Crisis, led to tensions that threatened to undermine the UN's credibility and effectiveness. The Soviet Union and the United States used the UN as a platform to promote their own interests, and their geopolitical rivalry often overshadowed the organization's mission. Nonetheless, the UN did manage to broker key peace agreements, such as the Korean Armistice in 1953 and the Middle East ceasefires, and it played a vital role in humanitarian aid and development efforts. The United Nations and decolonization, a global shift. Another crucial development in the early years of the United Nations was the decolonization of Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. The aftermath of World War II had seen the decline of European empires and the emergence of newly independent nations. The United Nations became a key player in supporting the decolonization process, encouraging countries to seek independence and self-determination. The General Assembly quickly became a forum for newly independent states to voice their concerns and assert their rights. By the 1960s, more than 40 African countries had gained independence, and the UN played an important role in supporting their political, economic, and social development. However, decolonization also brought challenges, such as ethnic and religious conflicts, civil wars, and tensions between former colonial powers and the new nations. Conclusion: the United Nations and the road ahead. The creation of the United Nations in 1945 represented a bold attempt to create a lasting framework for global peace and cooperation after the horrors of World War II. Despite early setbacks and ongoing challenges, the UN would continue to evolve and address new global issues throughout the second half of the 20th century and beyond. The United Nations remains a symbol of hope for many people worldwide, an institution that strives to create a more just and peaceful world. Yet, the organization's success depends on the continued cooperation of the international community, a goal that remains as important today as it was in 1945.